distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, captains of industries here present, gentlemen of the press, good morning and welcome. I would like to crave our indulgence to please rise as we take the first stanza of the national anthem as our opening prayer. Media, we go after the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. So I think you can go ahead.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please, let's be seated. Okay, so we take the 3 stanzas only when we have the president in that event. When the president is not in the event, you only get to take the first stanza of the national anthem. Good morning once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Like we say in our local dialect, Ekaro, Inakwana, Ututuoma, and welcome to this great occasion. My name is Tessie Imoge, and I am absolutely delighted to serve as your compere for this very important occasion. On behalf of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, the Abuja chapter, I would like to warmly and specially welcome you to its 41st General Assembly Conference and Exhibition, with the theme of this event being Housing Delivery and Real Estate Development in Nigeria. We are looking at the architect's role and the developer's perspective. You know, this theme speaks to the heart of our nation's growth, and it's a highlight of the power of collaboration between visionary architects and innovative developers. Welcome once again. Before we go on, I would just like you to look to your left and to your right. Say hello to your neighbor. Say you look good, you look amazing. I hope you didn't have any stress finding this place. Compliment them, say something nice to them. Okay, so we take it to the next stage. Say, are you a builder? Are you an architect? Are you a real estate developer? Try to find out what parts do they play, what role do they play. Okay, so we take it to the last stage. Say, can I have your complimentary card? Make sure you collect complimentary cards. What is the essence of a gathering without networking? Make sure you collect it. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for being here this morning. We are truly delighted to have you spend your day here with us. Without wasting so much time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to now acknowledge and warmly recognize some of our esteemed guests who are here this morning. I would like to recognize an epitome of beauty and brains, an innovative architect and a visionary leader. As the second woman to lead this institute, she embodies the words I once read in the media about her: the best man for the job, it's a woman. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a warm round of applause, let's recognize the president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Mobalaji Adeola Adeniyi, FNIA, PNIA. Thank you, Ma, for being here. We truly appreciate your presence. I would like to recognize the immediate past president, Architect Enyi Ben Ebo, FNIA, PNIA. Thank you very much for being here. I'd like to recognize the first vice president and the incoming president, Architect Sani Saulawa, FNAIA. I'd also like to recognize the second vice president, Architect Chioma Nwogu Obona, FNIA. The third vice president, Sani Kanu, Architect Mukhtar Ali, FNIA. Thank you, sir, for being here. We'll take the rest of those protocols as they come in. I would like to specially recognize someone very special here in our midst. He's the keynote speaker for this event. You know, I first knew him so many years ago while I was much younger. There's this program, Winning Ways, which he does with Pastor Yemi, his wife, on KICC TV. I first heard from him for the very first time that real estate is the only estate, and that sticks so much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I recognize our esteemed keynote speaker, Pastor Matthew Ashimolo. Thank you, sir, for coming. We truly appreciate you. We also have our panelists all here present. Would recognize them, especially during the panel sections. We have sister institutes here. We have several distinguished guests, captains of industries, development partners, and of course we have you. So put your hands together for yourself for being here this morning. We truly appreciate your presence. So without wasting so much of our time, with this distinguished gathering before us, I have no doubt that this year's assembly will be both impactful and inspiring. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite to the podium a dynamic leader, an embodiment of grace, intellect, and dedication, the chair of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Abuja chapter, Architect Yemi Shola Adebi. Please, let's put our hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage. I was telling her this morning that she's so hardworking. She started preparing for this event so many months ago. I'll just get a message from her. This is this, this is this. I'm like, but this event is still in August. Please, let's appreciate her once more. Thank her. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Tessie, for that compliment and for doing such a great job. Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day. Glory to God. Good to see everyone looking very good. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming. It's most appreciated. The President, the Nigerians of Architects, Mobolaji Adeniyi, FNIA, PNIA. The Church President, my own Pearl President. The immediate past President, Architect Abe Ben-Heber, FNIA, IPPNIA. Thank you very much for coming all the way. Thank you for your time and the support. The first Vice President, our incoming President in absentia, Architect Sonny Saulawa, FNIA. The second Vice President, Architect Shoma Wogu Ogbona, FNIA. Thank you for your time. Most appreciated. The third Vice President, the saying Kano himself, Architect Mukhtar Ali, FNIA. Thank you for your oversight function over the 30 state chapters, including FCT. We appreciate all you do. The Honorary General Secretary, Architect Chike Chamberlain Ibianu, FNIA. The Institute Powerhouse. Thank you for all you do. The Institute Public Relations Officer, Architect Chris Uloko, FNIA. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming, sir. The National Treasurer, our World Bank, Architect Goke Omigodun, FNIA. Thank you for taking out time to be here this morning. All members of National Executive Council here present. Immediate past AGS, Architect Moradeke Okunriboye, FNIA. Thank you for your support to the chapter and for all you do. Esteemed members of the College of Fellows, the NIAABC Abuja chapter past chairs, Immediate past chapter chair, Nina Animi Briggs. Chapter chairs from other sister professional bodies, you are welcome. I can see QS, Kankia Ahmed, FNI QS. Thank you for joining us. Chair Forest Association of Nigeria, Comrade Ajibola Abimbola, I cited you earlier. Thank you for coming, Comrade. We appreciate you. Dean, School of Environmental Sciences, Architect Jide Akubwe. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you, sir. Chair Student Affairs Committee, Architect John Bauer, PhD. Thank you for coming. Captains of Industry, development partners, our distinguished panelists and industry experts. Architect Jumoke Akinwumi, thank you for being in our midst. We appreciate you. Dr. Kabir Yagoyaju, thank you for coming, sir. Mr. John Olugbemi from the Millard Fuller Foundation, we appreciate you. Representing Sam Odia of the Millard Fuller Foundation. Our esteemed keynote speaker, Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo. I have a round of applause for him, please. He has done so much to be here. Out of your very busy schedule, you took out time to be here. We appreciate you. We do not take it lightly, and we are very grateful. I have the same testimony with Tessie. I'm a very ardent follower of your program, The Winning Ways, and truly it's not over until it's over. Media reps, staff members, what can we do without you? A round of applause for your support. Esteemed ESCO members, I appreciate you for all you do. Thank you so very much. Joy, profound gratitude, and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today as we convene for our annual general meeting in this first year of our 2024-2026 tenure. And real estate development in Nigeria, the architect's role and the developer's perspective. We do so at a watershed moment in our nation's development trajectory. Nigeria stands at the threshold of unprecedented urbanization, with our cities growing at rates that demand innovative, sustainable, and architecturally sound solutions. The timing of today's theme could not be more apt. With Nigeria's population projected to reach 400 million by 2050, and urbanization rates accelerating beyond 4% annually, the housing deficit we face today, conservatively estimated at over 20 million units, represent both our greatest professional challenge and our most significant opportunity to demonstrate the indispensable value of architectural expertise to national development. Today, we shall not merely discuss housing delivery, we shall chart a course for transformation. We shall not simply acknowledge challenges, we shall architect solutions. We shall not remain passive observers of Nigeria's built environment evolution. We shall emerge as the chief architects of its positive transformation. The past years has witnessed what I can confidently describe as a membership engagement revolution within our chapter. The statistics speaks volume about your confidence in our leadership and your commitment to our collective advancement. Dedicated members at our monthly chapter meetings. Thank you. This growth trajectory demonstrates not just numerical expansion, but qualitative engagement where members actively participate in discussions, contribute to policy formulation, and drive the chapter's strategic direction. Our annual general meeting attendance has reached historic highs, with over 350 members participating from the previous tenure's peak attendance. This level of engagement places our chapter among the most vibrant and active within the Nigerian Institute of Architects nationally. And Madam President can attest to that. Please clap if you want to. Despite Nigeria's challenging economic climate, characterized by inflation rates exceeding 25% and foreign exchange volatility affecting construction costs, our members have demonstrated remarkable financial discipline and commitment. Chapter dues payments compliance has improved, with active members meeting their financial obligations, a testament to your belief in our vision and program. This financial support has enabled us to expand our programs, enhance member services, and position the chapter as a financially stable and professionally credible organization capable of meaningful impact. I want to emphasize that we stand at historical inflection points. Decisions we make today, the commitments we undertake, and the vision we pursue will determine not only the future of our profession, but our contribution to Nigerians' development trajectory. The theme of today's gathering, housing delivery and real estate development in Nigeria, the architect's role and the developer's perspective, is not a merely academic discussion. It is a call to action that demands immediate, comprehensive, and sustainable response. We are not just designers of buildings. We are architects of communities, guardians of environmental sustainability, champions of social equity, and leaders in economic development. Our professional mandate extends far beyond traditional practice boundaries to encompass community development leadership, environmental stewardship, economic development, and cultural preservation. Our practices should create employment, transfer technology, and contribute to the Nigerians' economic diversification. We must balance respect for Nigerian architectural heritage with innovative responses to contemporary challenges. With Nigerian urban population expected to double by 2050, with climate change impact accelerating, and with housing needs growing by over 1 million units annually, we cannot afford to approach our responsibilities with business as usual attitudes. The next 5 years will be critical in determining whether Nigeria's built environment develops sustainably or chaotically, whether our cities become models of livability or examples of uncontrolled growth, whether our housing sectors become a driver of economic development or a source of social instability. Today, I call upon every member of this chapter to make specific commitments that will drive our collective success: professional excellence, continuous learning, community service, mentorship of the younger generation, and innovation. Our vision extends beyond professional success to encompass transformative impact on Nigerian society. We envision Nigerian cities recognized globally for sustainable, livable urban development, housing delivery systems that ensure every Nigerian family has access to decent and affordable housing, an architectural profession that leads in innovation, sustainability, and community development. Young Nigerians inspired to pursue architecture as a vehicle for positive social change. International recognition of Nigerian architectural expertise and innovation. The journey ahead requires unprecedented collaboration, unwavering commitment, and bold action, and we must be intentional about it. The work we do today will be judged not only by the buildings we design, but by the communities we create, the environments we protect, and the opportunities we provide for future generations. Let us leave this meeting with renewed commitment to our profession's highest ideals and our nation's greatest needs. Let us architect not just buildings, but solutions. Let us design not just structures, but sustainable communities. Let us build not just for today, but for the Nigeria we want our children to inherit. The future of Nigerian architecture begins with us here in Abuja today. The transformation of Nigerians' built environment starts with our commitment to excellence, innovation, and service. Together, we build the Nigeria of our dreams. Thank you for your attention, your commitment, and your partnership in this transformative journey. Together we can, together we live. Long live the Nigerians of Architects Abuja chapter. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless our profession. God bless our chapter. And God bless Nigeria. God bless you all. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, the Chair, Nigerian Institute of Architects, Abuja chapter. She said, let us architect not just buildings, but solutions. You know, at the end of everything, whatever discussion we have here, what matters to the common man is, can I access a house? Can I be able to buy a decent house that is affordable? So that is what matters. And I'm sure her speech has spoken to our hearts. I'm sure as architects, as real estate developers, as drivers of this, we'll be able to put our heads together and make sure that the common man feels comfortable in Nigeria. Please let's appreciate her once more. Thank you very much. If you have this tag and you do not have the brochure for this event, kindly scan this QR code and you have access to the agenda of the day. Thank you. Next on our agenda, it's Goodwill messages. I would like to invite the best man for the job, who is a woman. You know, I really loved the phrase when I saw it. I was reading through and I saw that it made a lot of sense to me, so I'm using it from now on. So we are going to invite the president of NIA, architect Mobalaji Adiola Adeni, FNIA, PNIA, for her Goodwill message. Please put your hands together until she gets to the stage. So, Ma, you can take your time. Just walk slowly. We are clapping. So keep clapping till she gets to the stage. You see how beautiful she is.
Thank you very much. You've stopped clapping. Thank you so much. And I'm so excited to be here. Abuja chapter, one of the 37 chapters of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, one of the most important chapters, not because the chair is a woman, but really because Abuja, we have many of our very good architects based here in Abuja who have been doing great things, and this chapter has contributed so much to the Nigerian Institute of Architects. So once again, I'd like to bring greetings from the National of the NIA, and of course, I'm very ably supported today. Can all the national officers please stand for recognition? Please clap for my team. Thank you very much. This is a testament of the importance of this chapter. When the immediate past president told me he'll be here, I said, well, Abuja, people have adopted you, so Please make sure you're here. And of course, he's here. It's very good to see you, IPP. Welcome. Architect Enyi Benebo. And of course, you have all the powerful people, and they've come from all over the country. This is why you need to clap. Clap. Not for the president, but for the president's team. I have great people who have been supporting this tenure, and they've done very well. The incoming president will soon be incoming. He will soon come into the hall. But let me recognize very specially my sister, another powerful woman in the house, Architect Chioma Wogu-Ogbonna. And of course, the same Kano himself. When the whole chieftain from Kano comes for your AGM, you know you've done well. Clap for the same Kano. When we stood outside waiting for our very honored guest speaker for today, I looked around. I felt comfortable. The chair was with me. I saw some of her exco. But then somehow I felt a bit exposed. You know why? I was looking for the AGS, the power man. Please clap for Architect Chike. Architect Chike Biano, quiet engine in the secretariat, doing a marvelous work. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, standing beside him is our PRO, Architect Chris Uloko, all the way from Makurdi. You need to appreciate these guys. All the way from Makurdi. Thank you very much for coming. And then, also in the strategic committee, we have all the way from Osun. I think it's reverted from state of Osun. And that is our guest speaker state, by the way. So we have from, was it because he was coming that you came? Two of the speakers are from Osun. Chair, are you from Osun? You are from Osun? Let's welcome all the way from Osun, the exchequer, the treasurer, the one who has ensured that your purse is fast and robust, the one who's been doing a great job, Architect Goke Omigbodun. Thank you very much for all you're doing. And next to him is another chapter chair. Sometimes I'm not sure. Are you Abuja? Are you Kogi? Are you where? The chair of Kogi State, Architect Justice Agu. Please clap for him. All the way from the Confluence State. And then all the way from the Plateau, Architect Shegun Olukoya. Please clap for the chair of Plateau. And then, of course, you don't look much like a student, maybe because you now have a PhD. The chair of the Student Affairs, Architect John Bauer. Please clap for him. Thank you, my powerful team. I appreciate you. Please sit down. Thank you very much. It's very important to acknowledge those who work with you, because the success of any administration is actually in the power of the people that work with them. After that, I'd like to again specially welcome my members in Abuja. If you're an Abuja chapter member, please stand up. I want to recognize you specially. All Abuja chapter members. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's all... Chapter chair, you have to stand. Thank you. Please, you can be seated. Please clap for yourselves. Like I said, it is not because you are ABC. I like that, ABC, but Abuja chapter is one of the important chapters, and that is why the whole of the EXCO practically is here to support you at this event. And of course, because the chair herself is a very dynamic person, and she has been doing a very great job. Each time you have an event, you make sure you bring the best of the best. I congratulate you on that. Thank you very much. Now we go on to the speech itself, just a goodwill message. And I'd like to greet very specially again our very special guest, a man that I deeply respect, honor. We used to see you on television. You've sown into many lives. You've sown spiritually. Now you're sowing into buildings. And I think that's also very, very important. I'm sure you tell us the spiritual significance even of that. And so it's my great pleasure to welcome into our midst Pastor Ashimolowo. Did I get it, sir? Pastor Ashimolowo. Thank you, sir, for honoring this invitation. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and respected members of the Abuja chapter, it gives me immense pleasure to extend my warm goodwill to you on the occasion of the 41st General Assembly Conference and Exhibition of the NIA Abuja chapter, with the timely and forward-looking theme, Housing Delivery and Real Estate Development in Nigeria, the Architect's Role and the Developer's Perspective. Very apt theme, because everywhere you go now, it's housing estates all over the place. And sometimes you wonder, are the architects involved? And this is a big question we need to keep asking. And so I'm happy that Abuja chapter has chosen this apt topic, and we'll be able to address it today. This theme addresses one of the most pressing issues of our time. Housing delivery and real estate development are pivotal to Nigeria's socio-economic growth. Driving through Lagos coming to Abuja, I saw the myriads of housing estates. The unfortunate thing, though, maybe perhaps we will address it, is that 75% of them are unoccupied. I don't know, maybe the people in housing will be able to tell us why today. Are they meeting the needs of the people we're designing for? Are they really estates for the Nigerians? We will need to talk about that. As architects, our mandate is not confined to design. We are visionaries. We are solution providers and guardians of sustainable development. It is no surprise that many underperforming estates in our nation stem from the exclusion of architects from the early stages of planning and execution. In Banana Island, where I normally stay when I go to Lagos, lovely houses, swimming pools, and perhaps I may add swimming gutters. And I hope you understand what I mean by that. Swimming gutters. Because I know for certainty that no architect will be involved in that kind of design. So, where are the architects in our housing estates? For true transformation, developers must collaborate closely with architects to ensure that projects are functional, resilient, and responsive to human needs. This is also very crucial. And perhaps our developers need to know who is an architect. Perhaps many of those in housing delivery are not using architects. Perhaps they're using people who can use 3D, give them nice perspectives. Are those the houses that meet up to the standard that we're expecting? These are the things we shall be discussing at this event. I commend the Abuja chapter for consistently championing dialogues that matter and for your unwavering commitment to the progress of our profession. This conference, no doubt, will open new frontiers of thought and yield practical solutions to the challenges confronting housing and real estate in our country. It is with deep appreciation that I recognize our esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Matthew Ashimolowo of Macarius Luxury Properties. Sorry, when I'm calling you on Macarius Luxury Properties, I revert to Mr. But, sir, I recognize your ministry, sir. Whose pioneering work in real estate exemplifies innovation and ambition. And, sir, honestly, I'm looking forward to your talking to us about how you manage the two sides. I also acknowledge the distinguished speakers who have honored this gathering with your presence. Thank you very much, our dear architect. It's good to see you, Olajimoke. Thank you for being a voice for us on the housing sector. And our other very distinguished speakers. As we reflect on our roles and contributions, let us strengthen partnerships. The MC, when she started, she said, share your cards. It's all about networking. Let's reflect on our roles and contributions. Let's strengthen partnerships, innovate fearlessly, and shape a future where excellence is not an aspiration, but a standard. Let me also take this opportunity to remind us of the forthcoming 2025 NIA Biennial General Meeting. And as I was speaking, I told you that the incoming will be incoming because did he income or incame? So let me recognize the incoming president, Architect Sani Saulawa. This is your chapter, so I guess you are hosting us. Very good. So let me remind all of us, Abuja chapter, of the BGM coming up and the Archibuild Exposition Conference, scheduled to be held from 25th to 29th November. This year we decided, let's put it together. The cost of traveling for many of our members is getting higher. We can't expect them to be coming. We were here in May, I think, for 65th. Come again in August, come again in November. It's comfortable for Abuja people. You just drive from your homes. But for those who come from out of Abuja, who have to pay hotel bills, I tell you, we need to consider them. And that is part of why we took that decision this year. Thank you very much. It will be a landmark gathering of ideas, innovations, and inspiration. As always, I look forward to the Abuja chapter's resounding presence. Chair, you know I keep telling you, whenever we come to Abuja, you are the host. Anyway, you don't have a choice this time. With the incoming, if you are not here, no comments. So as always, I look forward to your presence and support as we raise the bar even higher. We must raise the bar, what did I say? Even higher for our profession. I wish you all impactful deliberations, inspiring conversations, and a truly successful General Assembly. Together, like your chair has said, let us all keep building a more inclusive and sustainable Nigeria. And I join her to say, long live the NIA Abuja chapter, long live the Nigerian Institute of Architects, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you very much.
Clapping, please. Keep clapping until she takes her seat. Thank you very much, the President, NIA. She has asked us to be very inclusive. So I'm sure that whatever we hear today, you make sure you place yourself where you need to be and make sure you play your role so that we can have things turn out better for our country, Nigeria. Please clap until she takes her seat. Thank you very much, Ma. Ma, you are who you think you are. That is who you are. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will be moving to the next item on the agenda. We'll be having a pep talk. We have someone here in our midst. He is regarded as one of the most brilliant minds in the world. He's the inventor of
powerful skill and competent culture. That is the power of the architect. And so simply it means that you have the capacity to translate what a body cannot take you where the mind cannot, and what body cannot take you where the mind cannot. And what is the circle of that? In the ant kingdom, There is a principle called the ants don't have much eyes, so they use sense of smell to follow each other. For most of you who have been watching, you see the ant have a very each other. For most of you who have been watching, you see the ant have a very long line going. What do? The ant in front secrete a particular hormone called pheromone. That pheromone, that scent is what every ant follows, and then they have that long line. If for any reason you come and then scatter that line, you know the way we do, you see the ant and then you just come and shake it. What happens is that the ant begins to follow the smell. Because it has lost its route, it begins to go in circle, and oftentimes die of fatigue. Unfortunately, as humans, we have our sense of direction, our sense of value, sense of vision. Sometimes we are caught up in a circle of being busy, on a circle of thinking we need to build ego, on a circle where we think we need to build authority and forget the entire vision of that which has been put in our care, which is what? To translate what is not to be. And so I come here today to challenge you and to leave you with one simple story called the story of all the products he needed to buy, and it was time to go back. And then they took it to the sea part. And then they asked Okonkwo, don't worry, we are going to load everything here. Okonkwo, you go. Okonkwo said, Mbano, Makagene, for what? They told Okonkwo, calm down. Are you not going to Nigeria? Okonkwo said, yes. Are you going to Lagos? Okonkwo said, yes. They said, no, simple. Just go. We have loaded your property. You will meet it there. Okonkwo said, Mbano. It took a while. They convinced Okonkwo to take the flight. And Okonkwo went in, sat in the flight. And as you know, most international flights, you have the, executive, what you call first class, and then you have the general class. So Okonkwo was sitting in the general class. Okonkwo just observed that some of the best thing in the flight was going towards the front side. Okonkwo realized anytime the curtain would shake a little bit, it became very clear that the people sitting there had more comfort. It became very clear that people sitting there were eating better food. Okonkwo said, Makawai, in the same plane, for what? Okonkwo stood up and decided to head into that front. And then, fortunately enough for him, he found a free space. And then he sat down. And then gradually, first class, they don't take time. They started asking, Okonkwo, what do you need? Wine. They gave him wine. Okonkwo, what do you need? They gave him the biggest size of chicken. So Okonkwo was enjoying himself. And then the owner of the seat came and told Okonkwo, please, this is my seat. Can you stand up? Okonkwo said, Makawai. Oh, Fubo, is it not the same flight? We bought the same ticket. They said, Okonkwo, please, kindly, can you stand? Okonkwo refused. A lot of people beg, explain, Okonkwo refused. Then one man that was sitting quietly, listening, just came and whispered to Okonkwo. Okonkwo jumped up. And everybody was surprised and asked him, what did you tell Okonkwo? And he said, I simply told Okonkwo, where are you going to? Okonkwo said, I'm going to Lagos, at the one on the other side. And if you stay here, you won't have access to Lagos. And Okonkwo said, Maka container, Maka genenu. Okonkwo jumped up. Now, as funny as that is, every one of us has a container. That container could be your purpose. Some opportunity will come that will give you better position, that will assuage your ego and give you all those positions. And sometimes if you're not very careful, you forget your container. So I'm here to remind you that as we build and prepare for the next phase of where we are heading to, I took the liberty to do a little bit x-ray of the journey from the early 60s of how the Institute of Architecture has evolved. And I've come to realize that we are at that age and that precipice where we are at a point where something new has to happen. Something new must happen. It is not a matter of, it's not a luxury. It's not a luxury. It is a demand that as it stands now, something new must happen. A new picture, a new direction, a new energy must evolve from you. Why? Because a point comes where the universe asks you what it has given you back in return, just so that it is your duty to pay it back at that point. And so I'm here to remind you that you must ask yourself, where is our container? Do not allow the concern for politics or the concern for position make you miss your container. Do not allow whatever happens in the space, in the environment, whatever happening, that you miss that which have been put into your care, because ultimately breath will cease and the only thing you will have to count for is going to be that container for which you give. So I implore you Like Okonkwo, do not allow the chicken take you away. Remember to go back to your seat so that you find your container. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Victor Prince Dixon. Something new must happen to architecture in Nigeria. Where is your container? Thank you very much for that charge. While we were at it, the Institute incoming president, the first vice president, Architect Sonny Salawa FNIA, came in. He is a member of the Abuja chapter. A round of applause for him. We also have here Architect Justice Ako, former Kogi State chapter but Institute S official. A round of applause for him. He came all the way. Architect Shegun Olukoya came all the way from Plateau. A round of applause for him. You are welcome, sir. I noticed Architect Okamogu walked in FNIA. You are welcome, sir. The chapter evangelist, actually, he recruits members for us, members, at our meeting. Thank you for coming. I have also, while we're at it, other chairs from the Sixth Sister Professional Body. We actually collaborate and we're working together. Town Planner Queen Philip FNITP, a round of applause for her. Chair, Town Planner FCT chapter. We also have in our midst Town Planner Grace Beatrice, General Secretary FCT chapter, Nigerian Town Planners. A round of applause for them. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the support. God bless you all. It's good to have you, sisters. Okay, so we are at that point in time. I'll be reading the bio of our keynote speaker, Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo. I know you have done so much to be here, a lot of sacrifice. I know, but you told me, you said you are giving your word and you are coming. Thank you for being a man of your word, sir. A round of applause. Thank you for this honor. We appreciate you, sir. Matthew Ashimolowo, renowned for founding Kingsway International Christian Center, KICC, has also established himself as a significant figure in Nigerian real estate sector. His journey into property investment began at age 27 when he acquired his first parcel of land. Over the years, he expanded his holdings, notably amassing approximately 900 acres in Mowe, Ogun State, where other companies have developed 6 estates. In Lagos, Ashimolowo's real estate ventures are particularly prominent. He owns multiple properties, including a smart-enabled mansion in Pinnock Estate, Lekki. His flagship project, Macarius Luxury Place, is a 145-acre development along the Lekki Expressway in Ibeju, Lekki. This estate features the first major water showplace in sub-Saharan Africa. High-rise buildings. Please clap if you have to. Thank you. High-rise buildings, terrace houses, detached homes, and amenities like sports facilities. His company continues to increase in land holdings in various parts of Lagos. Ashimolowo emphasizes the importance of due diligence in real estate investments. He advocates for thorough verification of property titles and cautions against deals that seem too good to be true. His experience, including a significant loss due to a land acquisition without proper title, have shaped his investment philosophy. Beyond his business endeavors, Ashimolowo continues to inspire through mentorship and educational initiatives. Its Morning Masterclass program aims to empower individuals with knowledge on wealth creation and management. Balancing his roles in ministry and business, Massive Ashimolowo exemplifies a commitment to both spiritual and leadership and economic development, making significant contributions to Nigeria's real estate landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcome with a rousing ovation, Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo, keynote speaker for today.
Please, you may be seated. The National President, the Nigerian Institute of Architects, the fellow members of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, members of various other institutions who are here present, and maybe those who operate in the real estate space. It's such a great honor and privilege to be counted as the one to come and speak today. And I do hope that the time I'll spend with you will be worth the while for you and for me. It's such a great honor. I want to also say a special thank you to the Abuja chapter president, Mrs. Architect Shola Adeni. Please help me to put your hands together for her. She was very tenacious and pursued very hard. Please forgive me. I wasn't trying to be difficult in saying it took a lot of sacrifice. In the past 1.5, 2 months, I've had to be in 9 nations speaking and about 14 cities, sometimes waking up not sure even where I was for a few minutes. And I came into Abuja just to do this. I have to run immediately after I finish to catch the flight tonight to London. I have to do in London. It has to be Shola Adeni and the institute that could get me to do this. Then finish 3 services tomorrow, catch Monday flight back to Lagos, because I have to leave on Tuesday for Kigali in Rwanda to speak to 10,000 women. So women are very powerful. One woman got me here, 10,000 women are getting me to Rwanda. Again, it's such a honor, it's a privilege, it's an opportunity. Before I make a presentation of my PowerPoints, maybe just some kind of random extemporaneous talk on where I'm coming from to where I am today. I was born 73 years ago in Zaria, Kaduna State. I'm a proper Zaria. I'm an Arewa man from Osun State. I was born in the military barracks. And in those days, the barracks were too small, so we had to live outside. I'm telling the stories in order for you to know that I've seen it all. I've seen the architectural space of the Nigerian house. When the barracks were too small, our parents had to go live outside. Some of the houses we had lived outside were houses where even the roof was a mud. And I cannot forget 2 a.m. one day in 1962, the mud roof collapsed upon us and we had to escape through the window. That's one architectural experience. I cannot also forget the fact that when my father couldn't get a house, in town, either Jos Road, Kaduna, Benin Street, Kaduna, which other one now? Obomosho Street, Kaduna. We had to go live inside the barracks in these small houses that were built for bachelor soldiers. It's called Gidangoro. Gidangoro means bachelor's house, which was in itself some kind of architecture of that time. That was our experience. I guess it was probably the experience of lack, poverty, that made me to say, if my father never owned anything until he passed in the Biafran War, because my father died in service in the Biafran War, fighting for the federal troops, I made up my mind that I'm not going to die like that man. So I bought my first land and built my first house as a young pastor who was only 27 years old. Initially, I had a resistance towards owning land and owning properties because of the Christian understanding of the coming of their Savior. I thought, hey, suppose I start building and he comes. But then, as I grew in life, experience made it very clear that it's better to own and leave it when you're going than to be a tenant all of your life. I began to teach all over the world, and I am known for teaching particularly on land banking. I tell people land does not die, land does not change, land does not lose its value as long as you don't buy it in your village. Because all of us are emotional. We love to buy land in our villages, even if it does not carry the value which it should carry. And it is with this in mind that when I had the opportunity of living in the United Kingdom, I've been there now 41 years, I started land banking. And our first major acquisition was the place mentioned earlier, Mowe, as you enter Lagos, starting with 30 acres, then 71, then 611, then 900 acres. And then moving on from there and buying some more pockets, 100 acres here, 200 acres there. I'm not exactly a great Abuja person, so forgive me if I did not mention anything in Abuja. The only thing near Abuja would be a 200 acre, which we also own, beside Bingham University in Nasarawa State. Having said that, the real estate space in Nigeria continues to evolve, particularly the architectural dimension of it. When I was a young man working in Lagos as a pastor, the church could not afford much, so they rented a room for me in the Face Me, I Face You house. So what we all knew in those days, I mean, I was in Lagos when 3/4 of Lagos was a bush before I left. I started working in Lagos 49 years ago. And all we knew was either Face Me, I Face You, or four flat. Once you saw your house, you could tell. The architecture of those days was very predictable. It was just a square, rooms on this side, rooms on that side, kitchen at the back. You say what? And toilet at the back. And God help you if you lived in that kind of house, 10 of you, one toilet. You woke up in the morning, somebody's long in the toilet. What do they do there? You they born? And then if it's the flat style, it was the same thing. But over the years, there has been an evolution in the architectural space to the point that when I finally felt that having banked land for all these years, I wanted to now build. Didn't quite build for a long time. Just owned hundreds and hundreds of acres of land. So whenever we came to Lagos, we stayed in hotels. Well, we built a place temporarily, which we later sold in Okwebi. But when I acquired a land in Lekki and wanted to build, I kept picking architectural magazines from all over the world and looking at buildings. I'm a golfer. So whenever I played in golf estates, I was looking at their kind of buildings. Whenever I played in various estates in South Africa, I was looking at the style of their build. Anytime I flew abroad, it was magazines on on the kind of building I wanted that is different from the standard square, 4-room here, 4 flat. And I wanted a house that was very, very contemporary. Forgive me, I thought we didn't have the architects to build it until somewhere 8-9 years ago. I had been invited to help dedicate a house in Ikoyi. And as we drove into the premises, it was the picture of the house that I had always carried in my mind, which I had studied for 8 years and wanted to build. I was so shocked to see it in Nigeria. And as I entered the house and finished whatever I was doing, I asked the owner, I said, who designed this house? Who are your architects? Which country did you get them from? And there was a young man standing wearing just a t-shirt. His name was IK. And he said, that's my architect. So I salute Nigerian architects. I celebrate Nigerian architects. That was a major evolution for me. I guess somewhere in our mind we think, can something good come out of Nazareth? I want to say that the work the young man did became some kind of talk of the town, that some people who will drive past my house will insist, don't design my house until you see Pastor Matthew's house. So I want to celebrate Nigerian architects. That functions. A city in Lekki where despite the flood, it does not flood. A city where infrastructure was primary to the developer, and the quality of build is primary to the developer. Also a city where land was managed. And this became major to my mind. As a result, we designed a city which, as you drove in, 1/3 of it is commercial. Of course, the town planners had to follow Lagos state regulation. Like a distinguished president said, I always insist on using experts so that we do not have to begin to handle issues later. Somebody woke me up some days back. They said, 166 illegal estates have been published. I said, I know, one is not there. Let me sleep. It cannot be there, because when I decided to be a cassava farmer in my 900-acre land, I went to IITA Ibadan to get a professor of cassava. When I became a rice farmer, I went to FUNAB, Abeokuta Federal University of Agriculture, to get a professor, Showe Mima, who is a professor of rice. So if we want to now build houses, the physical planning authorities must approve, the architects must design, their designs must be acceptable, must be buildable, and must be user-friendly. This is what has informed Macarius Luxury Place. So at Macarius, we have land which we sell to those who want to build, following a certain standard. We have the ones we're building villas, we're building terrace houses. But in order to manage land, we have designed 10-floor buildings, about 11 of them, which one day will have 54 apartments, so that space is managed, because Ibejuleki is the Lagos of tomorrow. This is where I'm coming from. And of course, now the estate is not Macarius Luxury Place, which is for luxury. It is now Macarius Champions Place, where a person who cannot afford that luxury can also buy. And we are using the English Premier League to sell that. So we have Chelsea Street, Man U Street, Arsenal Street. Yeah, and we are looking for 1 or 2 roads for Super Eagle. However, having said all this, there is oftentimes a conflict between the developer and the architects. So I've listed 25 conflicts and challenges between estate developers and architects. I'm going to quickly run through those 25 conflicts, and then I'm going to come back again and do another 25 perspectives, or looking at the 25 from the perspective of the architect, the developer, and what could be the common solution for them. So I'm going to run through this first one as fast as I can. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here, and I do hope that I do a good presentation on behalf of developers. So, project 25 major conflicts and challenges between estate developers and architects. This reflects the real-world friction points in housing delivery and real estate development. Number one, project vision and design alignment. There's a mismatch of priorities. Developers prioritize profitability and marketability, while architects emphasize aesthetics, innovation, and design integrity. I'm just going to rush through these problems, and then I'll go to the solution later. Number two, project vision and design alignment is unrealistic design expectation. Developers may expect grand designs on a low budget. Architects may propose concepts beyond the site's constraints. My house, I love water. I wanted a house where you drove in, there's a waterway in the middle of my drive-in. You drove in, you finished, and then you drove out, and the waterway in the middle. My architect said, you don't have enough land, put it on the side. Market versus creativity conflict. Developers focus on selling units quickly. Architects focus on creating timeless, iconic designs. This often causes conflicts. Next one, insufficient market research in the design. Architects sometimes overlook buyer demographics and preferences, while developers may bypass the design input entirely and do it themselves. Reminds me of a cousin who is a bricklayer and a contractor, and he just uses a plumber. Sometimes he wouldn't use, he will use his eye. And you say, Oti level. So we began to know him as Oju Level Baba Claudius. Level I, the father of Claudius. You just look and say, Oti level. Conflicting target audience assumptions. There's a disagreement over the type of buyers oftentimes. I hear of 20 million shortage. I don't want to deal with the problems now, but the challenge is sometimes the state. Maybe this is the place to say it so that no state takes offense. Nigeria needs ombudsmen. We need an ombudsman who will be able to stand between the government and the people. So when, let me use my state so that Lagos State does not get offended. When the state says, okay, from tomorrow, survey is no longer 500,000 naira, it is now 1 million. Is it in situ with the economy? Did they consider the total cost of build? And at the same time, you don't want the landlord to ask for rent up front. But you want all your money up front and monies which you just decided unilaterally. In fact, somebody sat down in the office and said, the state needs more money. Oh yeah, go and get money, go and get money. And survey value was changed. Cost of those 176 estates that did not get to apply for their physical planning approval is because it's not cheap to get Macarius estate approval before scratching anywhere was 300 million. before scratching, 300 million. Beacon sheet for all the service, somewhere around 140 million. We haven't even done anything yet. And yet it's an estate where you want the infrastructure in place so that the person, particularly in the diaspora, who wants to buy, sees an estate that agrees with the kind of place where he lives. And also I was speaking in Florida last year, in Miami. And as the plane was banking to land, I observed an area where all the infrastructure was already there and no houses yet. I said, this is how cities should be. A matter of fact, that's how Nigeria was. As a 73-year-old, I can tell you that's how Nigeria was. That's how Kaduna was. At least that's where I grew. That's how Zaria was. That's where I grew. That's how, places had infrastructure. The challenge of Nigeria is that you, the architect, and we, the developers, are playing catch-up, or government is playing catch-up with us. You buy an area, you do it yourself, then they come to put the conditions on you when the things should have been in the place of front. I said I'm not going to make comments. I'm already making comments. Disagreements over the type of buyers, luxury versus affordable housing, affects design choices. Next one, budget, cost, and value engineering. Cost overruns. Developers see architects as pushing costly details. Architects see developers as cutting corners. Over specification of materials. Architects may specify premium materials that strain the budget because the man has done his calculus on how much he wants to sell the house. Excessive value engineering. Developers may alter designs for cost savings, undermining the original vision, a matter of fact, the functionality of what had been designed. Inflexible fee negotiation, disputes over architects' professional fees, and the scope that creeps in. Some developers and architects are too desperate to get the job. Did not break down to the guy that if I design a bungalow for you, I assume you are using it on one spot. If you are replicating it in 50 places, it shall be plus so and so % for each replication. You did not tell the guy. And forgive me to tell you a Yoruba proverb. It says, Asoro aila lopa bale alegusi, tonisha lulu laoshe lola. The man who was to break the egusi pod did not explain that tomorrow we're breaking egusi pod. He just said we're breaking. So when they came the following day, they broke his head. They did not know what was to be broken. You need to tell me that after charging me for one house, there is a continuation of charge for the subsequent ones. This causes conflict. I hope I'm making some sense. Unclear cost responsibility. Who bears the cost of design changes, the errors, or the omissions? This causes conflict. Poor early collaboration. Sometimes architects are not involved early enough, leading to rework and misunderstandings. This causes conflict also. A breakdown in communication, that is a slow response to request for information, which could delay progress, either on the part of the developer or on the part of the architect. Developers may withhold cost or sales data, and architects may not share full design reasoning why they had added a certain part. And this may have helped the developer in his costing and eventual sales data. Differing timelines, this is a major one. Developers push for faster delivery. Architects insist on more design time. Causes conflicts. Next one, which has to do with communication and collaboration. Limited understanding of each other's role. When they undervalue, we developers sometimes undervalue architectural expertise, and architects sometimes underestimate the commercial pressure on the developer. We wanted infrastructure in Macarius Luxury Place. We had already paid 300 million for physical planning approvals, close to 200 million for the beacon sheet to have each plot already beaconed, and we have not yet sold a plot. Because if you don't bring value to the land, I only see a forest. Whereas if you put infrastructure, it changes my perspective. And now I approach the bank, and they say the minimum we can do is 33% interest rate. Oh, looks like you architects don't know what is going on. Yeah, you just collect your fees. 33% and must be paid within 24 months. No moratorium most cases. And if you're like me, coming from the United Kingdom, where interest rate is no more than 4%, max 5%, and spread over 25 years. So there is a level playing field. In fact, in the first place, some governments and some state governments must be operating in Pluto, because you didn't know how much I borrowed to put this infrastructure, and therefore when it was sold, the man who bought wants his rent up front because he had to borrow to build. And in fact, so architects blamed for slow approvals if they are the ones carrying the design to physical planning or building control for approval. God help us with building controls. And then developers blamed for withholding documents or fees. Number 20 out of 25 here. Liability for defects. Disagreements over whose responsibility for design-related failures. This causes a problem. Next problem is breach of professional ethics. On one hand, developers pushing architects to compromise on safety or compliance. And this is the place where the architect should be able to walk away from the money you will be paid because it costs you more to become who you became. Number 22, site modification without consulting. Contractors or developers alter designs without architectural approval. And sometimes this happens because some architects, they design, they hand over, they walk away, even if you call them when you are building. I know the president is shaking her head. You can't get them. Ringing, no reply. He designed, you are calling his office. Oh, I sent some photos to our Abuja president. I don't think she saw it. Part of it were handing over a whole estate to an architect to design, and she went on holiday with her husband and left it with a youth corper to design. As I speak to you, 16 years later, out of 50 bungalows, we still have 20 that cannot be sold. The rooms were too tiny, too small. The youth corper architect to sign in with text fees delayed due to developers' cash flow disputes. I think, and then lastly, then I can go to the second file. Number 25, unrealistic deadlines. Developers, and we must admit, pushing for delivery dates that compromise design quality. These are some of the issues that that the developers and architects find bringing a lot of arguments, conflicts between them. In this second section, I want to try as much as possible to look at the issues from the developer's perspective, from the architect's perspective, and a common solution. The mismatch of priorities. The developer's view is that profitability must come first. And you have to understand, the real estate space for a long time did not evolve to the level that it is now. Most estates we knew were actually developed by the government. LSDPC, Lagos State Development and Property Corporation, and so on and so on, WEMA Board, the old West African Property Development Board, which owned most of Adeni, Jones, and that area of Lagos, and then a good chunk of Ibadan and some other places. And let me shock you also, used to own, I don't know if they've sold it, used to own a Nigerian embassy in London. But you see, we now have people who have come into the space, and you have Mickey Mouse real estate developers who see the profits and they do not see the challenge. So profitability comes first to him. The architect, design and quality, innovation must not be compromised. One, I think the architect's professional integrity is at stake. Two, his certification is at stake. Three, his reputation is at stake. What's the answer? Resolution. Early joint workshops to align expectations and create a design/profit matrix so that if a developer, and I wish a lot of them were here today, there's nothing wrong with you being profitable, but so many of them need to really get their statistics right. Anything beyond a 20 to 30% markup is too much expectation. Anything beyond a 20-30% markup is too much expectation. It will mean that you will cut corners and you will compromise. So balancing aesthetics with commercial goals. Aesthetics is a necessity. If it's not there, something is missing. But at the same time, it has to be commercially viable. Number two, unrealistic design expectation. Most developers, their perspective is that design concepts are financially unrealistic. You know, I was showing somebody some of the design of the late, is her first name Zaha Hadid? Zaha Hadid. And they were just too blown away. I said, in the world, and thank God for women, that woman was just not from this world, she's from another level. Her architectural concepts and designs are just beyond imagination. In fact, some things you look and say, this is not buildable. But with the evolution of materials, it's gone beyond brick and mortar. It's almost, that you can no longer say some things are no longer buildable. With the evolution of materials and discoveries every day. However, there has to be a financial, realistic approach, unless your developer told you don't spare the horses. Money is not the problem. The architect, budget limits and stifles creativity. So when I saw the design of Mr. IK, I invited him and told him for 8 years I've been trying to build a house of my dream. I gave him 20 things I want to see in my house. By the time he came back, I could not correct anything. I could not adjust anything. could not. He captured it. And I would say for the first time, he made me so much believe in Nigerian architecture, because what he designed was what he built. What he designed was what he built. My house has glass steps. I had never seen that before. That was the only thing he added. And I kind of like it, except for those who have problem with heights. Because when you get to the third floor and you look down, you feel like you are going to fall. My house also has an elevator because I built it at 65. I want to preserve my knees. The resolution: set clear budget ceilings before design stage and use collaborative cost modeling. In other words, I think architects need to be frank with builders, estate developers. Let them know this thing you are asking for, this is the kind of costing. I just told you about Macarius Champions Estate, where sports will be the emphasis. And the kind of gate I wanted, the gate I saw in my head, by the time they brought the price, I said, can we reduce the material a little bit? Because some of us may not live in the true world. The architect and the developer need to work together and find a resolution. Project vision and design alignment, market versus creativity conflict. Developers need, their needs is that they want to design and sell quickly. The architect is focusing on timeless, iconic structures. And let us face it, the architectural space in Nigeria, particularly Abuja, Lagos, some other states, some buildings have come into our space that are no longer the way Nigerians looked at buildings, looked at houses. A matter of fact, if we like it or not, Nigeria has in fact contributed to the world of building and architecture that had not been seen anywhere. The building of Paul Enenche on your way to the airport, there's no building with such clear space. The next one that will be open sometime in Port Harcourt, which looks like a hand. Also, that one seats about 80 to 90,000 people. And then when you go to Lagos, my friend, Bishop Oyedepo is building a 100,000-seater ark, and it will be fully roofed. There's no place like that on earth. The Maracana Stadium in Brazil cannot be roofed. Nigeria has broken some records, and this is by our own architects. Matter of fact, the shock of the ark in Ota, Lagos, is the fact that the designers are guys who graduated from Covenant University. So there's greatness in us. We just need to know how to tap it and bring a resolution that will make the builders, the developers, and the architects work hand in hand. Base designs on joint market research. In other words, they should jointly research and ensure adaptability for market shifts. Because the same, we have staff. Sometimes when you tell them this is how much you want to sell the plot, they say, it's too expensive. Until you sat down with them, this is the cost of our planning approval. This is the cost of how much we bought the land. Even when Lagos says government allocation, it's not allocation free. It's not free allocation. By the time you put the amount, they begin to see that your markup is not even up to 20%. It's just that you knew that if you held for some time, you gained more value, because real estate is the only estate that is real. And it is the only thing that does not go down. Insufficient market research. Oftentimes, developers' design does not match buyer preference. Everybody is running into the luxury space. And there's a limited number to those who can buy luxury. When you are flying into Abuja, this is my own opinion, I don't know why, I see a lot of estates, I can't see cars in them. And I'm just wondering, it's because somebody who knows, if it's my name is Road, it just said, build for me. And the architect needs to be able to ask, what do you want? Who would buy it? There are spaces in the property market that is still underserved. The young people are underserved. 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom are underserved. The bungalow that is not the typical build a square box and 2 rooms here, 2 rooms here. The new concept bungalows are still underserved. There are many people for whom that is their picture, that is their mind. And maybe our architects need to come into that space and say, look, you want to build a bungalow? There are bungalows that are more attractive than even all these luxury buildings we're shouting about. Then there is the architect. Design vision must drive his decision. What do you want, Mr. Developer? That must be number one question. And then the resolution to share buyer demographics and feedback before concept creation. What do people want? What do they want to buy? Where do they want it? This will influence the kind of design we bring in. Another area of conflict is target audience assumption. The developer may target luxury buyers, and the architect may design for middle income buyers. There will be a conflict here, and they need to agree on market positioning during the feasibility stage. Next one is the cost overrun. The developer changes inflate costs. When developers come in, sometimes they had seen something somewhere and they want to add to it. I don't know if you've met this kind of people. They want blue tiles, yellow wall, green kitchen, and you're wondering, you're creating a color riot. We, the developers, have it inside us, even my own house. My architect did not tell me on time that even though I wanted a contemporary house, he wanted to use a minimalist approach to the inside of it. He didn't tell me. It took a long time. I said, oh, so this you're going, you should have said it, you should have broken it down. Don't just show me a 3D design on the outside. Let me know step by step what you want to do on the inside, why things will be the way they are. Why they will be the way they are. So where there is a conflict in costing, this will create a problem. The resolution, of course, is to use phased costing reviews, creating change approval protocols. Before you change anything from our design, can we have your buy-in? So the same architect designed the villas in Macarius. The builders, because Macarius does not build by itself, we contract it out so that it's excellently done. I do not believe that luxury buildings can be built by direct labor. You end up compromising and messing up what you call a quality house. You need to get the kind of contractor that can handle it. For when we decide that we're going to do the 10th floor buildings, which we have suspended, we are not building as yet because of the Naira changing its position every day. When we decide to build, it will have to be the contractors who have the capacity to build 10th floor buildings and creating quality, sustainability, aesthetics, and being able to deliver the design we have. Beyond cost overrun, the next problem is over. Who designed Big Ben, the clock? Christopher Wren. Who designed this one? Christopher Wren. We don't even know how much Christopher Wren was paid, but his name has been immortalized. So an architect also needs to come to the place where he asks himself, of course, you see, in life there are 3 things that validate people. Some people just give them a title even if you don't pay them well. Just call them managing director, president of so-and-so place. The second group of people, they say, I don't want title, just show me the money. And then there's a third group of people, they say, just give me the work, even if you don't pay me well. I think an architect should not just seek for just the amount. If you are so particular, and let me just say here, I hope my architect is not listening so he doesn't kill me. He's lost some jobs because he's not cheap. Because I've introduced him to so many people. I mean, so many people. There's a church in Warri that will open somewhere at the end of this year. He designed it. I had to introduce him to Koza to help with the pastor's house, because of the quality of his design. But he doesn't, the kind of way he charges is take it or leave it. I believe that an architect needs to not only be, I want to look for the word, I wanted to say vicarious. Yes, an architect should not just be vicarious and give away. He should make money, but at the same time, he should leave his signature so that people knew that you were there. As a person who speaks around the world, sometimes it's not the size of the audience that have made me accept to go speak, but the opportunity to make a lifetime impact. I was in Uganda recently, just about 5 weeks ago. From even the advert, I just knew that my host may be struggling because he was too excited about who was coming to speak. He didn't do enough publicity. But I was excited about his heart, his person, his attitude. Of course, by the time I got there, in fact, the president of Uganda had taken over my hotel bill. The president of Uganda paid for my hotel, paid for this, paid for that. I shall return, I shall return. But you see, accepting was originally because of the heart of the organizer. Of course, some young men began to come around me. Oh, you should come back. We can organize 25,000 to come and hear you. Because they didn't know it's not the size. At 73, and having been doing what I'm doing right now for 51 years, it's not the size anymore, it's the impact. So the architect needs to realize that, look now, we don't even know how much Hadid was paid for some of those works. We don't know. I mean, she's being hired by Saudi Arabia, the government of China. What do you think that lady will charge? If not myself, I will say before I leave home, a departure from home fee. Oh yeah, I mean, she was one of the most expensive, but her works, I'm always still too blown. They didn't look real. They didn't even look like, how can this be built? And they were built. Then, poor early collaboration. I'm going to rush this thing. The developer, many times some developers, there's a late design input delays. You need to insist, and I would suggest that until there is a sanitation of the developer space by either Rodan, that is redone, until there is a sanitation, if an architect is hired, he needs to ensure that everything is in writing. A small paper is better than you said, I said, we said. In fact, I always give my staff instruction that if I agree with you anything on the phone, deliberately send me a text and said, so I should carry out that thing you said. Because I said, I'm likely to come back and argue and say, when did I tell you to send that money to that person? They'll just forward your text to you. Oh, okay. I wrote a book called Moses' 83 Secrets of Leadership. And secret number 1 was that he wrote down everything. A small pencil is more powerful than a great memory. In fact, your brain was not given to you for memorizing. It was given for thinking. And I know architects do think a lot. We celebrate your gifting. Then there's breakdown in communication can happen. The developer needs quicker design response. The architect overwhelmed by queries. What is the resolution? weekly coordination meetings, shared project management tools. In other words, I cannot forget, I didn't mention some of the things. I used to have a building on Okpebi Road. It's a 7th-floor building. We've now sold it. We used to call it Dream House. That was the first time I saw a good architect who insisted on weekly meeting with everyone involved, the structural, the QS, the project manager, everyone. So insist it is in, and it cannot be too much. And if a person is abroad, they must have someone on ground. It was me being abroad, not being on ground. I never used to come to Nigeria that much in those days, that caused the problem with the 50 bungalows that were badly designed by a youth copper when his boss handed it over and went on holiday. He designed the 50 bungalows wrong, designed the terrace badly, designed even the gatehouse. The gatehouse is a humongous monstrosity. Resolution, weekly coordination meetings. The lack of transparency. The developer holds back commercial data sometimes, and he needs to tell the architect why, what. In fact, the architect, I would suggest, with the collapse of buildings in Nigeria, if told to design anything in excess of 2-3 floors, to insist on the data of the lands before designing, because when they call those who were involved in the building that collapsed, they will call the architect. Because my mother used to say, you can never talk of a dog that was cooked without talking of the pot they used to cook it. Whatever she meant. Share design, but not, some architects share the design but not cost implications. Please sign a non-disclosure agreement, exchange relevant data for all that are involved and informed. Different timelines. The developer wants it fast, the architect needs more time. And particularly, sir, ma'am, if you are the architect developer on behalf of a developer, it's best to put everything on the table if you are the one managing it. Some Nigerians do not know that every time they change the design, there is a costing. There is an agreement on a fixed design and build, and there is a consequence of change in the design to build. They don't know. We need to inform people. They need to be aware. There are a good number of Nigerians who, they have the money, but they don't have the information. Resolution, develop realistic, mutually agreeable schedules. Number 17, and I'm close to finishing, limited understanding of each other's role. The developer, and I must tell you, they see architects as a drawing provider. No, they see the architect as a drawing provider. In fact, in case you don't know, some Nigerians have not moved away. They think architects are like the old draftsmen. I don't know if we still have draftsmen. You know, in those days, you give a draftsman and say, I'm architect. Just like, you know, guys who repair your car by the roadside, they call themselves engineer. You know, so draftsmen in those days call themselves architects. So we still have carried over that attitude of thinking an architect is just a drawing provider. We don't know that it took him an understanding of physics, an understanding of statistics, an understanding of the whole of mathematics of structure before he can. Even if structure is not his major, he has to understand structure. He has to understand weight distribution. Architects underestimate commercial pressure on the developer also. So the role clarification session must happen, and there must be cross-industry exposure. The next one, which is number 18, ambiguous contracts. The developer wants flexibility. You need clarity. It needs to be in writing. A contract needs to bind you. Anyone who wants I believe that where you are, anyone who wants something that is not very binding, no contract, it is important not to move forward with them. Contracts speak. Contracts are powerful. Contract documents are your savior in the days of trouble. A small document can prevent a lot of trouble. Resolution. Use detailed contracts with scope, deliverables, and dispute resolution process. Have agreement where you might sit before a person who brings resolution. Intellectual property disputes. Please, our architects need to make this clear to developers. That if I design a bungalow for you, you can't go and build 10. Once you build more than one, you have to pay me. The copyright resides in me unless I sold the rights to you. I don't know if architects do, but as an author of 110 books, you could sell your rights. One book I ever published, which was published for me, which I didn't publish myself, was called What's Wrong with Being Black? And it was published by a publishing house in the US. It was not my right. Because they published it, it was my work, but it's their right. I couldn't print. I could not print because it's their right. And because they didn't do a good job, I had to go back to them and say, I want to buy my copyright. Jesus. I had to pay like $5,000 to buy the rights to my own book, to get my book back. So people who are in the building space, many of them just do not know that they don't have the right to use your intellectual property. It's your work. And if they bring a design from somewhere, I hope you will put some adjustment so that you are not replicating somebody else's work and you also are infringing on your fellow architect's copyright. Approval and regulatory delays. Developer blames architect because it's delaying, and that's not always fair. And then architect blames developer. The resolution is to create a project management timeline, and you realistically tell the developer, we can put in the papers and continue to ask them for either approval to start work before final approval. Architects need to carry developers along. Some of the people who have found themselves in this space are just hearing the jingles of coins. They are hearing the sound of money. They do not know the attenuating steps that lead to effective service. Where the developer is not averse, it is important to carry them along. Unfortunately, we have a corrupt system where some of the developers will say, just start. I know somebody, I don't know where they go here. I know somebody in Alausa, that's Lagos. Abuja, where do you go? Huh? Road 6. Zone 6. I told you I don't know Abuja. Apart from airport to Hilton, I don't know anywhere. Abuja is too organized. I like Lagos. Push me, I push you. So liability for defects, architect should be liable. That's what the developer say. Architect, where are you? The roof is about to be blown away. He said, no, it cannot blow away. I said, you did not explain to me that the design was such that the air will blow underneath and cross. You didn't tell me there will be a crossing of the wind. I would have had the rest of mine. Next time the thing was happening, my wife had come from London. She said, we're in trouble. I said, not here. She said, how do you know? I said, it will soon stop. It's the way the place was designed. Architects need to carry us along in new concepts, contemporary design. Number 23, 2 more to go. Site modifications without consultation. The developer changes for speed and for cost. Architects need to hold them to ransom. Don't just talk, like I always say. Always put things in writing. Require approval for integrity. Many of you may have seen on social media when the 25-floor building collapsed, and some people say, oh, and Matthew Ashimolo is his friend. Matthew Ashimolo, nobody spoke. I mean, you don't want to talk evil of the dead. Nobody spoke of the young man, Femi Foursquare, and gave him advice, and he listened. He'll just tell you, those architects, they just want to collect your money. I mean, you can risk it on 2 floors, on 3 floors. Once it is going past 3 floors, even 2 floors, he was building 25 floors. The piling cannot carry it. And every day he will say, I couldn't sleep. Another thing has come in my head on the design. It's changing design every day. Once you see a crazy developer like me, you should just tell them, I like to put something in writing on this. One of the smartest things the structural engineer responsible for the 25 floor did was to write and withdraw. It saved them their license and their integrity. Number 24, and I'll close very soon. 24, quality control disputes. Developer accepts, this is good enough. O level, like my cousin would do. But the architect demands design compliance. What's the resolution? Agree on benchmarks and third-party inspections. In fact, if I were an architect, I would be the one calling building control behind the developer and say, look, come and check. Because once building control comes, developers are shaking. And they think they should prepare some goro, suba mutananda sukazo, put some go, put something there. And no! Architect, your certification is at stake. Your name is at stake. You must insist, you must be the one insisting that things be done right. Number 20. Oh, I still have some more. I'm going to stop very soon. Yeah. Delayed payments. I like this one. Delayed payments. Hold the architect's money until they finish your work. Meanwhile, the architect needs their timely pay. Resolution. Link payments to deliverables. Yeah, the 28-day standard system in building should not only be for contractors, should also be for the architect. As we deliver, you pay us. As we supervise, you pay us. Also, don't put under pressure. You design the thing, it's 15 million. You don't say, I want all my 15 million upfront or 10 million. Maybe there has to be a staggering because you are designing for a developer, not a government that have a treasury. Architects need timely pay, but there has to be an agreement. Let me just do 2 more and I'll stop. Unrealistic deadlines. One pushes for early delivery. The other one needs time for quality. Use a fast-track system for achieving what you want to do. Know what time you are going to the market. The problem with some of the developers, also because of the pressure of the interest rate on the money they borrowed, they're already marketing, and people are already coming. And those who are also coming, they say, we came here 3 months ago, this thing was still at DPC. When are you going to go up? They say, don't worry, just pay more. Architects need to call these people to order. Share with them. I think I'll just leave the remaining material. I think I've just read only probably just halfway. Okay, there are about just 10 more. I'll leave it. You want me to do the 10? Huh? All right. Once I do the 10, I'm running. All right. So construction phase and post-completion. Post-completion accountability. The developer wants architect to handle defects. Architect wants limited liability. I believe that joint snagging should be done. Between the builder and the architect, there should be snagging to know what went wrong, where the things are not right, what needs to be straightened out. If it's a defect as a result of change of material, the developer needs to admit. Define joint defect liability period and contract. The section 3 and the final of my sharing with you is avoiding escalation. Joint project kickoff. Align on goals, timelines, and constraints. Okay, I'll just do one more and then I'll stop and take questions. Joint project kickoff. Align on goals. Align timelines and constraints. These will help. Next one. In clear contracting, cover the scope, cover the fees, cover the timelines. Know what is the quality benchmark for the work before you start. Agree on intellectual property rights before the work is done. And if they say, we want to replicate what you built for us in Lagos, in India, Otolo, or Asia Mobiato, they have to pay. They need to know. You don't want to go there one day and you saw the buildings. I think the challenge also is that even Redan itself may need to invite the distinguished president of the Institute of Architects and maybe those of the various bodies to come and advise and address contractors so that they don't think that once the design has been done, it can be used everywhere without being properly paid. Regular coordination meetings, we've mentioned that earlier. Shared project management tools. Digital platform for real-time updates. May I suggest, if your work requires your presence, and it's not some small bungalow, that you insist on a project management system that will make everyone to have access, know the timelines, know when things are deliverable, whose responsibility, who is carrying out what. Then, transparent cost tracking, open book costing for trust. In other words, the architect, if he is the one who is managing the project on my behalf, he needs to be fair. I know he needs to make profit, but he needs to be fair, and he needs to show what it is costing him. Lastly, complete the escalation part, and I'll leave the rest to be read to the House. Step-by-step dispute resolution route before legal action. In other words, don't rush to court. In most contracts we draft in the real estate space, we say we'll bring in somebody that will be the one to arbitrate on our behalf. As long as and built a bungalow, largest distributor of Christian literature. I was bringing like 5 containers a year. So I had large sums of money, but I couldn't take it out. And then coincidentally, the guy who was my best man in getting married just called me and said, they are selling land in Moe. At that time, there were only 9 houses in Moe. So I bought the first 30 acres, and by the way, I bought the first 30 acres less than #1 million. And today, a plot sold by the people in my land, though, not me. I don't sell plots. We sell large acres. They now sell a plot 15 million naira. That's what Arkview sells it. So you can't have 900 acres in the south without having a land guard. I don't know if they do it here in Abuja. It's a duly registered company. Many people like that. So he was one watching over my 900 acres. But my surveyor missed out 30 acres, 180 plots, and people had built. People had built. So we got to Ogun State because I spent so much money to get my global C of O. I had to deal with 5 governments. I had to take Ogun State to court once, and one, of course, where we didn't go far. They tuba, they repented. So tuba. So my surveyor missed the 30 acres, and Omonile, they all jumped on it and sold, and people had built 180 houses. So we got physical planning to mark their houses and that they were coming to demolish. And while I was in England, it just occurred to me, that's 180 families. They should inherit blessing. And you guess what? They are just some of the properties you will see in Lagos. They say, pay 2 million and pay over 3 years, 30 million, 40, and pay over 3 years, 30 million, 40. And I was doing it because they were monies I could easily let go. The one I bought 46 3 years ago is now being the last house. Thank you very much.
Such an impactful session. As a young architect, I had so much to learn just from listening to you speak. So I have 2 questions that I'll try to compress into one. The first is, with the growing emphasis on climate resilience, what role do you think architects...
It's chair, not president, lest there be 2 presidents knocking their head here. So on behalf of the chapter chair, it's my great pleasure and delight to present to you this small token of our appreciation for the invaluable time you spent opening our minds, teaching us, and helping us to see how we can make wealth of our profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir.
Can we invite all council members to please join us quickly? Council members and Abuja Exco chair has asked that you fit in first, and then next we're going to have our other guest speakers. Please join us. Council members, please, and Abuja Exco.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming. We truly appreciate you being here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let's be more generous with our applause as we appreciate our keynote speaker, Pastor Matthew Ashimolo. Thank you very much, sir. We truly appreciate you being here. Okay, so we'll be having a tea break right about now. And to make it orderly, are we ready for the tea break? Are we ready? Okay, so to make it orderly, we'll go roll by roll. Okay, so we have, the tea break is served. Okay, do we all have meal tickets? Do we all have meal tickets? Okay, please, you kindly. Yeah, that's the first row.
NigerFlavor.com.
I really like you, and it's true. There is only
the things he does for me. Boy, if I could read your mind, I wonder if I'd be inside. If you could be mine, I feel like I've been drinking wine. If you call me baby, me I don't go mind. Oh, I know you want me, baby. Make you talk your mind. Oh, you see that I've been waiting. Me I don't go lie. Oh, me I don't go lie. Maybe I'm just crazy, but I think he loves me. Hallelujah. Oh, if he loves me, hallelujah. One day he'll tell me, hallelujah. I think he loves me, hallelujah.
I don't they love you for a long time, my dear, yeah.
It be like say you know, no, say I get.
I wish you knew what I'm feeling for you, darling.
You're so extraordinary, and there's no ordinary thing.
You say you love me, hallelujah. My baby loves me, hallelujah. The way you love me, hallelujah. Because you love me, hallelujah. You say you love me, hallelujah. My baby loves me, hallelujah. The way you love me, hallelujah.
Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please can we settle down? Please let's settle down. Okay, so if you want us to continue, say aye. If you don't want us to continue, say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Can we continue now? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, if I see you standing, you're going to give me 3 contacts that you have gotten in the process of this networking. So if you don't want to come out and share the contacts with us, please sit. I can see some people standing at the back. You have to come out and share 3 contacts that you have made in the course of this networking with us. So if you don't want to come to the podium and share those contacts with us, please sit. Oh, I made it. Everyone is seated. So no one wants to come to share the contacts with us. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, captains of industries here present, gentlemen of the press. If you're just joining us, this is the 41st General Assembly Conference and Exhibition of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Abuja chapter. We have had an amazing time this morning, and we are gradually drawing the curtain.
Have a presentation for that, the man that made the pep talk. Okay, he wants to leave. So should we do it after when we are talking about the first Goodwill message? We'll do that. We'll do the second Goodwill. Can we read that in the second? So we'll call the incoming president to present to Salawa.
We have 2 more Goodwill messages to go before the panel section. Please, I would like everyone to kindly settle down. If you have your snack and your tea, you can just eat quietly on the table, but please settle down. Thank you very much. Okay, so for the Goodwill message, I would like to invite the immediate past president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Ben Ebo, FNIA, Please, with a warm round of applause, let's make welcome Architect Ben to the stage. Okay, IPPNI. Please, let's give him another round of applause as he makes his way to the stage.
Okay, this is not, no, it's not distinguished lecture where you had the mic and you were saying anything you wanted. Anyway, good morning. Madam President, are very, very, in fact, I don't know what words to use for you because you seem to be everywhere at the same time. I saw you in the UK a couple of days ago, and the next thing I saw you in Abuja, and I was wondering when did she come back. And I always say that each time I see you, I'm happy because you have carried on the torch and taken it to greater heights. I also want to appreciate, where is the incoming? He just came and left. Okay. So I also want to, I will not say anything when he's not here about him. I also want to commend my chi baby, the second vice president, Chioma, Architect Chioma Wogbona. She's another very restless woman. And I pray she sustains this energy till when it will be her turn. I'm looking forward to another very, very exciting tenure. Because they say the best, somebody said here that the best person for the best man for the job is a woman. So I want to thank you for coming. I also want to thank the Saint Kano, my friend and brother from way, way back. I recall those days that we used to meet at Association of Housing Corporations then. He was GM Kano while I was MD in Cross River. And I thank you for sustaining that energy. And I also look forward to a very, very bright tenure during your time. I also want to appreciate other members of the strategic committee. Chike, my boy. You know, these days I look back to the photographs we took at that time, and I asked myself, who was the president? Is it Chike or me? Because he always looked much bigger than me. And I can only wonder what Madam President will be doing after she leaves when she looks at those pictures. It's not hate speech. Of course, Architect Goke Omigbodun, the man of several parts. He started off as an architect. Then he showed up as an estate surveyor. Later, he became a canon that does not shoot too much. Then recently, I saw his prowess as an MC when he held everybody to ransom in Lagos, and he did a very good job of it. And I was asking myself, is this guy not sure he would have made more money as an MC than an architect? But anyway, it shows the versatility in all of us. I may not be able to call all the names at once, but I have very, very distinguished architects here who have made the NIA what it is and who have not abandoned the NIA. So I want to appreciate all members of council who are here. I also want to appreciate all the fellows who are here. And I also want to appreciate all the members of the Abuja chapter. But last but by no means the least, I want to specially commend the chairman of the Abuja chapter of the... chair. The chair of the Abuja chapter of the NIA. And they say when women are in charge, you always see a difference. So I'm not surprised that the synergy between the chapter and the national, when two women are in charge, you cannot be imagined. So I want to particularly commend the current chair of Abuja chapter for being able to put this together. Like the lead keynote speaker said, your tenacity was responsible for him being here. And when I saw him yesterday, I was like, how did you pull this through? Because these are people who are always, jumping from one part of the globe to the other. But for us to be able to get him here only shows the level of importance that he gives to the architects. And as he said, it's not about the size of a crowd, but the quality of the crowd and the message or the impact of the message that he gave on the crowd that is present here. So having said that, I'm supposed to just give a goodwill message. I want to commend the Abuja chapter. I straddle several chapters, and my primary constituency is actually the Lagos chapter. And for a long time, Lagos chapter was the trailblazer. I know Madam President will want to argue with me that your chapter was the birthplace of Lagos chapter. We are still in that argument. But Lagos has been one of our flagship chapters. But I want to say that from what I'm seeing in Abuja today, I think rightly so, Abuja chapter is fast becoming one of our flagship chapters. So, and I think it's a thing of joy, really, when you look back and you have several vibrant chapters. Because the national is only as strong as the state chapters. And when our state chapters are doing well in their various locations, it's just a matter of formality for the national to be doing well as well. So I want to commend you for sustaining this energy. I know I've been a part of your AGMs unbroken for the last, I don't know how many years. And as long as God gives me the strength, I would continue to identify with this chapter. I also want to ask that you're fast becoming the center of focus for architects and architecture in Nigeria. The quality of architecture in Abuja and the quality of architects in Abuja can be said to be a reflection of the quality of architecture, or to get it right, the rest of the country is going to follow suit. And there are still lots of challenges within your space which you need to do a lot about. I was reading in one of the platforms where there was this complaint that your development control, what do you call it now, value chain is such that architects are gradually being sidelined in a lot of things. Where projects, signboards no longer carry the name of the architect. And somebody even complained that on his drawings, the title panel his name was removed from the title panel, and anything goes. I don't think as the center, even though Lagos is center of excellence, but Abuja is the center of everything. So you must lead the charge in ensuring that issues with architecture are addressed and taken seriously. I would not want to take too much time. I'm just here to give a goodwill message. I want to commend you once again. I like what I'm seeing, and I also want to hope that you carry this same energy to November during the BGM. Of course, you know you guys are the host, landlord, so to say, and we want a situation where you would lead while others who are coming from other parts of the country would follow. So in terms of prompt attendance at events, it's not when every other person is here, then you people stroll in and stroll out whenever you like. Lead in that aspect as well. And also in supporting the national in whatever way you can to ensure that we are all one body working towards one common cause. On that note, I want to say I'm happy to be in your midst, and congratulations for something you've started which is blossoming, and I wish you well in the rest of the AGM. And I know at the end of the day, you would issue a communique which will go a long way into ensuring that at least, even if it's what do you call them now? The manager, developers, sorry. Even if it's that developer segment that we're able to tackle at this AGM, it would have been worthwhile. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give him another warm round of applause. Thank you very much, the immediate past president's NIA, Architect Ben Ebu, FNIA, PNIA. Next, I would like to call on the Chair, Association of Female Town Planners of Nigeria, Rekiat Fashe, for her goodwill message. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, my amiable President, NIA, Architect Mobolaji. Honestly, I'm super proud of you. You are doing us proud, the women folk. Thank you for your doggedness. Nigeria. The actions to the Nigerian Institute of Architects, NIA, Abuja chapter, on the occasion of its 41st annual general meeting and exhibition. It is indeed a significant milestone that reflects the commitment, resilience, and forward-thinking spirit of your chapter in advancing architectural excellence and sustainable development in Nigeria. The theme of this year's AGM, Housing Delivery and Real Estate Development in Nigeria, the architect's role and developers' perspectives, is both timely and crucial. It is no secret that Nigeria faces a significant housing deficit, currently estimated at over 17 million units. In this context, the role of professionals particularly emphasized. Architecture aspirations and identity. Architects, therefore, serve not only environmental management, that's Association of Women Town Planners, strongly advocate for greater collaboration between the architects, town planners, developers, engineers, surveyors, and policymakers. Each professional discipline brings unique value to the table, and only through synergy can we address the complex housing and real estate challenges facing our nation.
Incoming President, you'll be having your Goodwill message.
All right. It is an affair, a family affair between the father, mother, children, grandchildren. It's a family affair. So I have been directed by the president to just say a word as a goodwill message from the Institute. Usually when we say or present these goodwill messages, the president is usually absent. And so we always begin by giving apologies on behalf of the president who could not be there due to one reason or the other. But this one has to be different because the president is sitting right in front. In fact, not only the president, the retinue of the strategic committee members are seated in front. So, what do I say as the goodwill message? And the president is the one that has declared the program open. She has delivered the opening address. So I'm here to tell you that yes, all that you see is what it is. But beyond the light jokes, the EXCO, headed by the president, is very much aware of the fact that the institute is only as strong as its chapters. And we are indeed pleased to see the improvement with our chapters, especially the improvements that we have noticed over time with Abuja chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. The president has indeed said that we should raise the bar. We should keep raising the bar. And it's an exemplary statement made by the president because we are all witnesses to how much she has raised the bar. And the beauty about those that follow when the bar is raised is that they can just maintain it at that height. Not approved? Oh, not approved. All right, but we are glad to really notice the improvement made by the Abuja chapter, and the national is pretty much in support of all that you have done. As a chapter, we are together with you. We will continue to support you. In fact, I am saying this on behalf of the president, the EXCO, on behalf of all the chapters, so that I will not be accused of being partial because I am saying all these accolades to my chapter. Madam President, I will also acknowledge the contributions of the third applications and industrial applications. Over the years, we have, since our introduction into the HVAC market, we have been able to innovatively increase in our capacity to deliver to every area and every building type, every use cases, and every species that require cooling comfort, and also to ensure that our users and occupants of every building space and type experience comfort, cooling, and indoor air quality. So some of our, what we stand for basically is making sure that we meet the end need of our users. We want to understand our users. We want to ensure that every product we put out, every solution that we put into the market
caters to our end users, not that we are just producing and releasing products into the market without actually meeting the need of our users. So that is our core as LG. We meet with the needs of our users. Specifically, we target our users and end users' needs. So as part of, we all know that technology is always increasing almost in a matter of seconds. Before you blink your eye, there is a new technology coming up. So we all know about the advent of AI in this current age. How AI is always already taking over the world in almost every facet of life. So we as LG, we've come up with this to understand and integrate the users' perspective and understand their experience while using our products, so that we can further provide value for the money they pay in acquiring our products. So one of the ways is to automate controls and to save energy. So importantly, we know energy is a major conversation to have in this present time, where we pay a lot for energy, and we know HVAC units they are more of basically optimized to ensure that we save energy and we provide required cooling to our end.
Including 19 years at the Fed, he has held strategic roles in Treasury, housing finance, operations, and risk management. He holds degrees in economics, an MBA, and a doctorate in management from Nigerian University. He's a certified financial analyst and fellow of several professional bodies. He has enhanced his skills through global executive programs, including at Wharton and Lagos Business School. And he has accomplished scholar and Nigeria's most senior career staff at the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. He's known for excellence, he's known for leadership, and a passion for lifelong learning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Kabiru Adeniyi as he makes his way to the stage. He is the General Manager of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. You're not clapping like you heard Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. So I'm ready to clap for you, just in case I'm getting a house after this. So please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. We truly appreciate your presence. Thank you. Please put your hands together again for him. Thank you very much. Next, we have a passionate, affordable housing advocate. So this one speaks to the hearts of Nigerians. He speaks to the hearts of the common man. An experienced marketing and communications professional with 15 years of experience. He's the manager of marketing and communications at the Milland Fuller Foundation, a leading Nigerian NGO that has delivered over 1,000 affordable homes to low and middle income earners since 2006. He's a graduate of Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I make welcome on stage the panel moderator, architect Ochodu. And, oh, she didn't want me to call her. She's so pretty. Thank you very much. You have the floor now, ma.
All right. Sorry, can some gentlemen help me with this podium so you can see
among themselves and make all those things that could lead to conflict very seamless in terms of resolving issues. Of course, for an architect, if you permit me, I will quickly want to just lay out some things that are very germane that an architect can bring to the table. Apart from being a designer, that practically everybody sees an architect in that form to say, oh, they designed the house. In designing the house, the architect actually needs to think of the need of the off-taker, the buyer, the beneficiary of those houses. And so he thinks about marketability. And that's one aspect that the developer should be thinking about too, to say, okay, if I'm going to deliver these houses, who am I delivering them to? And if an architect is in that space with him to say, I'm designing these houses for the people that will buy, I have an idea of their need, and I know that at the end of the day, you will be able to offload the houses when you develop them. Then, of course, right from scratch, they need to be talking to each other. Apart from that, they equally think about risk. They talk about risk management for the developer or for even the financier, because it's the architect that will look at those cost management aspect of the delivery of those houses. They think about that as well. And beyond that, of course, communication, coordination, like I mentioned earlier on, and the issues of rules and regulations comes to fore for an architect as well. He wants to know those areas that have been zoned, those permits and regulations that are allowed, just like the pastor said earlier on, saying that when architects have done all the documentations and paperwork correctly, then there is that chances that the project will be very successful. But you run into problems when documentations and possibly the issues of regulations have not been looked into properly. And then, of course, you come up with challenges that, at the end of the day, could make the project a failure, so to say, or make it not to be a success. If all these put together are well managed, a financier, that's where possibly my role comes in. We look at how the money goes out and how will the money come back. So it's not just because I have the money to put to your project. I will equally want to know how the money is going to come back. And in coming back, it means when you've developed the houses, you are able to offload those houses, or you are able to sell those houses to the beneficiaries, and then from there, we can recover our money. That is equally part of the role of the architect, because he must design. Of course, we heard about the aesthetics that architects bring to fore, but beyond the facade, we equally know that those houses must be functional and they must be affordable. I was just talking to architect Akiwumi much earlier on. It's even part of the role of the architect to think about scalability. If you know that my income for today is X in number, meaning I may not be able to afford a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom at this very particular moment, but you've designed something that could deliver a 1-bedroom for me today. But as I'm growing in my own trade or in my own work, and my income keeps increasing, I can expand that house to 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. Those are all the hallmark of a very successful or very forward-thinking architect, saying that he knows my situation today, but of course he has structured me in such a way that my situation tomorrow can afford me the luxury of expanding the house, and he has designed the house in that form. All that comes together to make a financier look at projects and believe in it. Of course, I can not conclude this without mentioning the aspect of even all those alternative financing structure that an architect can bring to bear on the project, in terms of, we all know that everybody talks about sustainability, environmental friendly designs and all those stuff. All these attract attentions from financiers. Maybe when we continue the discussions, other ideas can still come up in my discussions with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. So, Ma, you are a veteran in the real estate development sector. And architects, we've already established that today, that we should be right in the center. In fact, this should be revolving somewhat around the architects. How can we reposition as strategic partners and not just design vendors? Because just like our keynote speaker had pointed out, we are seen as almost glorified draftsmen. Yet, we know that without the value that the architect brings to it, our lack of early involvement in the system, we cannot sincerely unlock the potential in better land use in the nation. Please, can you speak to that?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. President, Madam President, Madam Chair, all my senior, I have to say this, senior architects in the room. I only took my exams, 2 months ago? So please, thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much. So I think I'm possibly going to start from there. This is what I wanted to say at the end. We need to find a way to get the people who are outside of practicing architecture in, because there's so much value that they have that we need to tap. All right. So having said that, what you're saying is absolutely correct. I think when I think back to what an architect used to be, them to come and make something beautiful, something that is potentially already technically flawed or financially flawed. So we then spend all this time focusing on doing all these really nice drawings and 3Ds to do the marketing. And there are a couple of things that I think that we have to do. And the reason I will start with this one, the way that we price ourselves, we have to think about it differently. And the reason why I want to talk about this particularly is because a lot of my life I've sat in the private equity world. And in that world, it's very different. So a fund manager is a $50 million fund. There's a fund management fee, but that's not the icing on the cake. What is interesting is what is called carry. I don't know if there are any fund managers here. So carry is after the life of the fund, when the investors have received their initial contribution, there's a huge pot of money left, that's the profit. The fund manager easily, first of all, takes their 20%. That's what is called carry. Now, for investors, what it means is that they're confident because there's some kind of alignment of interest. I, as a fund manager, am looking forward to my carry because, a healthy 20% of profit. I have to make sure that profit is substantial so that my 20% is substantial. And then the 80% is then distributed amongst the investors. So how can we think about the way we earn fees separate from how we think about it currently, which is a percentage of construction? That for me is
and the entire works that go with it. Part of why there's a lack of understanding of the policy and regulations that drive this industry. And architects are not even on the table. A lot of these housing reforms that took place recently, these reforms that were just recently, I think 21st April was when they were enacted. We were only informed after the fact. We were not aware, or we were not even informed that such reforms were taking place. Architects were not brought to the table. And so, please, how can you speak to that matter, sir?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam President. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone present. My name is John Olugbemi. I head the Marketing and Communications Department of the Millard Fuller Foundation. I heard the question and I was, I don't know
if,
yes. And reason being that most of our work, we don't have a project in the FCT. But if I'm to speak about what we have, for the past 10 years, or for the past 19 years that our organization has existed, we have been building in the greater area of Abuja, which is Nasarawa State, outskirts of Abuja. And most of the challenges that are being described here, I really may not be able to relate, and that is because of the people that I work with. And by the way, I bring you greetings on behalf of the CEO and Executive Director of the Millard Fuller Foundation, Sam and Fumi Odia. Fumi Odia is a member of the Institute, and it was good. It was great hosting members of the Institute at our organization earlier in the year. The thing about where we are is that, and part of the reason why we've been able to record this much success is because of the kind of support we get from the Nasarawa state government. Every successive governor in the state has not, basically they are one of our major stakeholders who in one way or the other have made it easier for us to get proper title to our land. So we don't have to go through some of the regulations or some of the laws that, are hindering developers in Abuja. For example, developers in Abuja would have to go up, but for us, we get really large expanse of land, and then you see generous car park space, you see generous green area, and people begin to ask, so really I may not be able to.
Yes, I see that. Yes. I apologize. I thought you were Dr. Kabir. Okay, all right. But sir, I see you itching to say something regarding policy. What is there's a loss of value that the architects, that the policy and regulation sector are experiencing because of the lack of architects. Please, can you speak to that, sir?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, once more. It's something that is disturbing for the industry in terms of housing development. One would have expected that the professionals in the build industry will have some level of collaboration among themselves to the extent of sharing and rubbing minds and sharing knowledge as well. Surprising enough to say that even where these policies are coming from, with all due respect, are professional colleagues of what?
Yes, I'm
They
buttressing
are
what you're
professional
saying.
colleagues of yours in some instances, because, for example, in FCDA, you find out that possibly the director of lands or director of this or director of that will be signing off on certain directives or policy statements are members of professional bodies. And one would have expected that there will be that serious collaboration among professionals to think through policies that can really aid and improve the housing delivery sector. However, from us as a stakeholder in housing development and delivery in Nigeria, we tried as much as possible through our own supervising ministry to see how we can, on a regular basis, periodically organize stakeholders meetings, stakeholders engagements, where issues concerning regulations, rules, policy are deliberated. I'm quite sure that we are all very familiar with the National Housing Program that do come up on an annual basis, always spearheaded by our supervising ministry. At that forum, most times, even from the state level, representatives are normally sent for so that people can deliberate and discuss issues that will impact on policies and rules and regulations. We should always know that at any particular point in time, as regards housing development, this is something that cannot exist on its own other than on regulations and rules. Even starting from the aspect of land allocation, the fact that when lands are allocated, documentations or some certain legal documents will have to be issued. And if the right policies are not put in place in the first instance, then it becomes a challenge for whoever gets land allocation to get his full ownership on that land, because without the title or the necessary documentation around it, you can't claim to own a land. That's the truth. And housing delivery starts from that, because once the foundation is faulty, every other thing will be faulty. The allocation that is not properly documented, you cannot approach a financier. That's the sector I belong to. You can't approach us for support, for funding, because we will not be able to put our money in a venture that we think the money will not be able to be repaid. Because once the title is not there and you build on a land that does not have the necessary documentation around it, that practically means that we have just exposed ourselves to a risk of not being able to recover whatever investment we put in there. So it would be nice to see professionals in the built industry coming together, rubbing minds, deliberating, and even using their colleagues that work for government to promote housing delivery sensitive policies that will support housing delivery for the Nigerian public. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, collaboration, not competition. Collaboration,
absolutely,
not competition.
You know, I said earlier on that it should be collaboration, coordination, and communication. People should talk to each other.
Okay. So I want to ask something. I'm trying to be a bit, I don't want to sound too formal now. You understand? And many of us sitting there, there are many questions on the minds of the people who are out there. And what people want to know is, how can the ordinary architect key into the real estate sector? How can, no, not you, sir. I want to ask Mr. John, how can the architects out there key into the real estate sector? We are watching from the outside as the market is being overrun by not even quacks, people that are not qualified to be there. How do we key into this sector? How do we show up? How do we become part of the system?
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. I think being part of the system, for architects to be part of the system, will require a lot of being deliberate in the area of collaboration and partnerships. For us at the Millard Fuller Foundation, I'm privileged to have both our executive director and the CEO, who are both husband and wife. They are both architects. And as he often say, whenever we have an opportunity to discuss, he would say, architects are not trained in the university to design affordable homes. It has to be really big and grandiose homes. And the kind of sector that we play in, we take care of those that are at the bottom ladder of the pyramid, bottom end of the pyramid. So we get to see a lot of people come, a lot of professionals come on site, and then they begin to ask questions. Why is this like this? Why is this like this? And for me, I've been in the marketing space for about 10 years now, trying to reach, our target market. And whenever I see them, what I see is the need. What I see is that man, that woman who just wants to have a roof over their head, So I think architects will really have to be deliberate in the area of partnership and ensuring that, they get maybe in the area of, how do I put it, in the area of policies, just get involved more in the area of policies, in the area of partnerships to deliver if they have to get into the real estate.
If they have to get into the estate. Please, I throw this back to you, ma'am. Honestly speaking, there's an ecosystem that needs to be unlocked to the architects. And many times, the architect is seen as a cost line and not a profit driver. So you were going to speak to something concerning entrepreneurship, which is, I'd like you to address the issue. How can we lead with design? You see, our designs, outside the country, real estate is driven by design. It is because of design and the way the architect has solved the issues that your estate is considered a successful estate. Here, just the need. There's just a need for it, housing need. But so, and then he just said something. He said the architects don't design. They are not trained to design for affordable circumstances. They are trained to design. Yet, anybody who thinks that way should have some level of profit around the way he thinks. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. So how can we lead with design in such a way that we are investing in the real estate? I think that many times we just want to take our fee and go, painting us as hirelings. I want us to have stakes in the real estate, become stakeholders in the real estate, and let the service that we have invest in the real estate sector.
Okay. Let me see if I can answer that question in a slightly different way. First of all, it's not really design that drives the market, and we need to take a blackboard, that blackboard wiper.
Yes.
We need to wipe
it
the board clean. What drives it is finance. And I don't want to repeat myself, that we all need to know the basics of what makes someone make the decision to make an investment. But I also think, I mentioned something about the scope of service. I think also what happens needs to start from school and the curriculum. The architect is the one person, and apologies to any other professional in the built industry that's here. The architect is that one person whose training is so unique, because you cannot leave school without the capacity to think so three-dimensional that actually your life is lived three-dimensionally. And aside that, an architect has this range, the capacity to think in the urban context, at the same time as thinking about a screw or a door detail. That knowledge, we have to bring it into other things in the built environment. It gives us such a unique position. I know my sister TPL is here, but my best engagement with master planning has been when an architect was also involved in the team. I'm not saying with the exclusion of town planners, because there's something that an architect brings to the table. I don't have a degree in planning, so I don't know how planners are taught. But the three-dimension aspect is often missing when it is purely from a town planner's perspective. And please forgive me for saying this. The architect brings something else. So I agree with the collaboration, which is one thing that you said when you were speaking, the need to collaborate. As I said, that needs to be dragged back into the entire value chain. So training in school. When I was in my 6th year in the greatest university on earth, Great Akokites. I know, no ma. So anyway, in my 6th year, I took an elective in project management. In the first class, that's what changed my life, because I then realized what had been missing. I didn't want to spend my time drawing. I wanted to know the why. But that education should come for the architect, because the architect is the natural leader, at least in the built environment. So those skills we must acquire. In terms of going forward today, I think there were a couple of things that I thought actionable steps. And of course, an actionable step means that we start small. We have to take on projects ourselves. I'm not saying not everybody has the appetite to be a developer. But I'm so convinced that if 50% of the developers we have are architects, we won't have the kind of environment that we have. Yes. So, a learning culture. And this time I'm talking to the chapters. We have to train our people in a different way. The architects, okay, what has not been delivered in school must be delivered by the chapters. What is the curriculum that takes an architect from drawing lines to becoming just an expert? I'm not saying be an expert all over in finance, but at least in finance that supports the development of projects. Where is that? Sustainability. We're supposed to be leading in green build. We must. Those are the things that I think that we can do. Capacity building within ourselves is vital. And finally, we've talked about this, or others have talked about it, build strategic partners. See, the partnership does not begin and end with the other professionals within the build sector. Why are we not building partnerships with finance? What is it? If we have to learn their language before we talk to them, then we should. Because there's such a gap between financial institutions and the work that we do. We sit in that gap, and we see it. We don't communicate in the same language at all. So we need to build that competence. I think I'll hold it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We would like to take some questions now. Please, if you have a question, 1. I see you. 1, 2, 3, 4. So can we take this 4 and see whether we're doing well with time? Okay. So please, our first question. You need a mic.
Agatha Christie Rabo. Mine isn't a question. I just want to add to the conversation. We have sat down here for the past 4 or 5 hours or so, and I think the take home should be the business of architecture in real estate for architects. Reading between the lines. I just want to say that, add my voice to the last speaker. Real estate is business. And for you to be able to be successful in it, the underlying factor is finance. If you like, have all the ideas in the world, build the best buildings and all of that, without the finance, it will come to naught. And I just want to encourage all of us here that if there's anything we should take home, is as architects, we need to collaborate. We just have to collaborate with not just our professional colleagues in the build industry. We must look for partners, partners with deep pockets, and then be in the forefront of running the real estate business. If we don't do that, we'll talk from morning till evening, talk from month to month, years to years, and then nothing will be done. I just want to encourage, I have found my path through that way, and I know the bottom line is finance, money, ego. So I want to encourage all of us sitting here, beyond the conversations that we are going to have. I don't know how you do it, but I can give you a bit of some light in it. 2, 3, 4, 5 architects. Stop thinking about yourself alone. As in, I want to run this. Yes, your practice is there, fine and good, but real estate is business. So you can still have your practice. I'm doing that. Real estate. Get 1, 2, 3 partners. It can be within the hall you're here. It can be someone else who has who have the capacity and yes, to be able to sponsor in order for you to be able to move on with this. All the laws and all, I think they're all there for us. I don't think there's any deficit in terms of laws and all of that in the real estate, in the practice, construction and all of that. There isn't. We just have to find ourselves and bridge the gap as architects in the real estate industry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Josiah Simon. I'm a graduate architect. And I have a question to Architect Olajumoke. I think I started this discussion with you at the Future Cities Summit sometime last month. So a lot of what we've discussed so far has to do with a shift of mindset. However, most of the discussions centered around practicing architects, of course it has to be, but then I think a shift of mindset should start from the foundation. In architecture schools, that's where I'm going to. The business side of architecture is rarely being taught. And some of the emphasis being discussed here, like architects being the beginning, not just at the center of, the whole process, is not being discussed enough in architecture schools. Shouldn't the institute and the panelists and whoever is concerned put emphasis on a shifting curriculum such that architects from the production plants per se, from where architects are being produced, to have that shift of mindset. Whenever we come into the industry, we will have, at least the background is there, of course, but we'll be a little bit different than our predecessors. Rather than, coming into summits like this and learning, we can as well learn from universities. I'll probably be out of it, but the subsequent architects that will be produced, shouldn't we put that emphasis? Because we've not discussed anything about architecture curriculum, the pedagogy, or anything like that.
All right, thank you for that. I think you probably didn't hear, but I did mention it. So there are two things. The curriculum needs to be reviewed. I think we all, and I saw Madam President, she nodded her head. There is something there. But then there is thousands of architects who have gone through school. And this is where, we also said, look, the chapters themselves need to then support the process of upskilling the architects so that they too have the capacity to do, what we're talking about.
And just to add to, just for your information, the curriculum has been reviewed. And in 2021, I was part of the committee that reviewed the curriculum. It's known as the core CCMAS, the core curriculum minimum academic standards. So in there, a lot of what you see as the old architecture has been reviewed completely, and a business angle has been introduced to architecture. So it has deviated from just architecture to even things like naval architecture. There's even the cabinetry is a course in architecture now. It is being designed so that it could be at par with global practices, and it will enable the architect think like, and not just look for where to hand exchange value for money. It's a very rich curriculum, actually. So you should go look for it. Yes, thank you. Question number 3.
Okay. Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Oluyinka Adebimpe, and I would like to thank Madam for actually speaking so much about finance and how architects could actually have to expand our knowledge. We as architects have actually been missing in that gap. We focus more on our creativity. If we have to actually play our role as the master developer, we must understand what development management is. That takes us to land acquisition, moving from feasibility study, viability study, up to implementation, to the point of developing cash flow for projects. The cash flow will help you understand the minimum investment that is required before you can actually start.
Minutes, but I've discovered that there's little awareness, especially amongst the women folks, about how to key into your products. In fact, there was someone there that helped, they did like a mortgage calculation, what I'll be required to pay on my age. But I also speak to a lot of women, and I've discovered that they are not keen into this. In fact, some of them, a lot of them, they have, the deductions made from their salaries, and they are just waiting till they are 60, to cash out or whatever. But I'm also like, there's a challenge with that, because by the time you equate it to what you could have earned from a property, it's useless. So I would like to know what you are doing in terms of awareness for the women folk, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief and we can have a chat afterwards. So the reason behind Build Her was after 30-something years in the sector, I started to be concerned that there were far fewer women who were rising up the ranks. And I knew that the reason was because even women who were in a position to become role models who are not stepping up. So Build Her is a platform that has been established to support women in the built environment to be their best in every way. So there's mentorship, sponsorship, there are all kinds of engagements, mostly online. The other part of it is we don't want to exclude any other woman. So from opportunities in real estate. Meanwhile, we heard what Pastor said. And, you know, I know Pastor Shimolowo reasonably well. He has been land banking, as he said himself, for a very, very long time. And so just even educating women and getting women to come together in groups to make these investments is also the reason for that platform. So we'll talk later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will quickly make it in two folds. In terms of awareness, with all due respect to everybody, our Federal Mortgage Bank does TV programs on a weekly basis. We have TV shows on a weekly basis that are heard on like 3 TV stations. Beyond that, we do town hall meetings with stakeholders, various ministries and other organizations. That's in terms of awareness. Like I've mentioned, like 3 different windows by which we try to do public awareness for the NHF programs, NHF scheme that we run. But in terms of having some kind of inclusiveness in terms of the funding, the housing business that we do, exactly. Yeah, financial inclusiveness from the women folks. Women can become developers, women can buy houses in their names and all those. The houses will be fully developed or delivered by all women. The architect will be a woman, the builders will be women, the artisans will be women, everything about it will be women. Exactly, it's a concept that we've been thinking about, and we... No. We are not fighting the men. We are not fighting the men. Exactly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our highly esteemed panel members. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience. They're still available for you to, interact with off the stage so that you can dig deep into some of the things that they said. Thank you so much. In summary, we have highlighted that.
And by the time you begin to mix up these names, they will give you an answer. Thank you very much. Where is the gift? Okay. Thank you. So this is on behalf of the Abuja chapter. And please say hello to him. I know he's not here, but we are all happy for what he has done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Inkano, Kodamekozo, Mumpika, those of us from Kano. So thank you very much. Please let's appreciate him once more. Thank you very much. You can have your seat now. You want to give your Goodwill message?
Do I need to sit? I can just stand. Okay. A very good afternoon to every single person seated here. President, ma'am, the chair, it's an honor to be here. And it's an honor to stand before you again. The reason why I use the word again is because this is my second encounter with you. The first one was in Mina, Niger State, at about December 2023, the end of the year NIA party then. And ma'am, I must say I'm extremely proud of you. It's an honor to know you. It's me that I can do better. It's not just a day job, ma'am. You've worked tirelessly, dedicatedly, resilience, effort made you where you are today. And I must say, even if I am not an architect, you are my role model. And you are an asset, not just in the line of Nigerian Institute of Architects, but to the world. So without further ado, I would love to forge ahead with the Goodwill message on behalf of my boss, Dr. Said Al-Khali Kori. Please permit me to read through from my phone so I wouldn't miss any line and misinform. The President, ma'am, once again, Architect Mobolaji Adeni, the Chair, Abuja Chapter, distinguished architect, industry professionals, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and a deep sense of appreciation that I stand before you today on behalf of my chairman, Dr. Said Al-Khali Kori, who, due to unforeseen international engagement, is unavoidably absent from this prestigious gathering. Dr. Curry had looked forward with enthusiasm to being part of this important panel conversation, particularly because the theme of this year's General Assembly, Housing, Delivery, and Real Estate Development in Nigeria, the architect's role and a developer's perspective, speaks directly to the core of his professional passion and the mission we share at Think Lab Group Limited. At Think Lab, we believe that architects are not only designers of spaces, but visionaries who shape the future of our built environment. The intersection between unity and sustainable ongoing dialogue, strategic partnerships, and innovative thinking, the very essence of gatherings such as this. Dr. Corey extends his deepest appreciation to the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Abuja chapter. He also commends the leadership of the Institute of its unwavering commitment to professional excellence and nation building. It is our shared hope that the insights and collaborations emerging from this assembly will drive policy, confidence, and elevate the role of architects in shaping livable, affordable, and resilient communities across the country. Once again, we thank you for this opportunity to be part of such a timely and impactful event, and we look forward to continued collaboration with the Institute and its members. Thank you, and please accept our warmest regards on behalf of my chairman once again, Dr. Said Al-Khali Kori. And my name is Fauzia Nasser. I am representing as Public Relations Officer of Think Lab Group Limited. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, Fauzia. Like, she made a very good representative. You know, every boss will want to send out someone like this to represent them. Please, let's put our hands together again. Thank you very much. At this juncture, we are gradually coming to the end. I would like to recognize the Chair, Building Collapse Prevention Guide of Nigeria, Dr. Emmanuel Abato, FNITP. Is he still in the room? Thank you very much for being here, sir. We truly appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. Architect Nicholas Musa. Is he here?
Report. You can begin to go through it, peruse it, in case you have any questions. This is a call on the treasurer.
Architects, our incoming president, you are welcome, sir. Thank you. Architect Mukta Babaji, for
spend parts of the Architect Registration Act. In closing his comments, he believes that with the next council being constituted, the current impasse will be resolved. Treasurer's report from the 1st of July 2023 to the 30th of June 2024. The chapter treasurer, Juliana Anyanwu, presented a summary of chapter finances from the 1st of June 2023 to the 30th of June 2024. Summary of the report is as follows. Opening balance in the bank as at 1st of July 2023 was 2,105,022 naira 70 kobo. Total income for the accounting year was 44,022 naira 79 kobo. Expenditure was 37,888,334 naira 63 kobo. Cash as at 30th June 2024 stood at 6,111,688 naira 16 kobo only. The chapter appreciates members and firms that made contributions to the chapter, supporting all chapter activities and programs. Tajudeen Jimo questioned the loans in the report. It was explained that members of ESCO and chapter made interest-free loans available to the chapter to assist in providing capital for the anniversary celebration, pending when funds begin to come in from sponsors. The chair also explained that some of the loans have already been converted to donations to the chapter in a bid to ensure the success of the 40th anniversary celebrations. She thanked all who have been benevolent to the chapter in the last year. Architect Aja Moses thanked the treasurer for a detailed report. He raised some concerns about the expenditure of the chapter. He suggested that the report be summarized to show in summary what headline item funds were expended. In this way, the chapter can track programs that utilize the chapter funds. He advised the executive to consider investments that will boost the chapter finances. The chair responded by assuring that all the executives are prudent with chapter funds. However, we need to grow our revenue as only 7% of chapter members are financial. She recalled how the proposal to increase chapter dues was stepped down several times until the last CGM of 2023. Architect Muradeke Okunriboye suggested the executives explore options outside chapter dues for funding. The chair thanked her for the suggestion and clarified that chapter dues is not only the primary source. Motion was unanimously seconded. Auditor's report 7.0. The auditor was unavoidably absent. Architect Moses Aja suggested the auditor be made to present the report at the next chapter general meeting, and at that meeting be designated as an extraordinary general meeting. This suggestion was unanimously carried by all present. 2022 to 2024 executive report. The chair made a presentation on all chapter activities from 2023 to 2024. The report covered engagement with institutions within the FCT, representation of the chapter at member social events, and at events of sister professional bodies. The report also highlighted achievements made by the chapter subcommittee. Question and answers 9.0. The immediate past president of the NIA, Architect Enyi Benebo, praised the Abuja chapter for an activity-filled year. He observed the closeness of the Abuja family and commended the executives for carrying everyone along. 10.0, the 2022 to 2024 valedictory session. The president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Mobolaji Adeni, PNIA, FNIA, commended the chapter executives for a job well done. She noted that the camaraderie in the chapter needs to transcend the nation, and this will move the profession to greater heights. She encouraged members to continue to support the incoming executives of the chapter, as there is a lot of work to be done, as an association is only as strong as its members. The president committed to strengthening chapters, that members seeking privileges at national will be mandated to show proof of commitment at chapter level, and that chapters should be responsible for nominating members for the elevation into the College of Fellows. She assured all members that the current impasse with the Architect Registration Council will be resolved. 11.0, dissolution of the 2024 executives. The 2022 to 2024 Executive Committee was dissolved by the Electoral Committee. 12.0, 2024 to 2026 Executive Committee elections. Voting for the 2024 to 2026 Executive Committee elections commenced and ended at 1 p.m. and ended at 4 p.m. 13.0, announcement of results. The new executives of the 2024 to 2026 session are Architect Yemi Shola Adebi, Chapter Chair, Architect Ehi Asein, Chapter Vice Chair, Architect Nicholas Musa, Chapter Secretary, Architect Emmanuel Aniko, Chapter PRO, Architect Juliana Anyanwu, Treasurer, Architect Agatha Christie Rabo, Chair Practice, Architect Ukamaka Onyuke, Social Secretary, Architect Sulia J. Babagere, Chair Library and Publications, Architect Benga Oshineye, Chair Admissions, Architect Bose Degbeso, ex-official, Architect Ochudo Ai, ex-official. Swearing-in ceremony, 14.0. The new executives of the 2024 to 2026 Executive Committee were sworn in by the President of Nigerians of Architects, Architect Mobolaji Adeni, PNIA, FNIA. 15.0. The meeting closed at 4:35 p.m. with group photographs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the minutes of the chapter biannual general meeting that was held on the 10th of August 2024. Do we have any comments, corrections? Okay, sorry. Can someone move for the adoption of the minutes for discussion? If you are present at the 40th anniversary celebration, please can you just kindly quickly move for that?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mary Dasat, and I would like to move for the adoption of the minutes.
Did you get me? Okay. Thank you very much. Seconded by?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hereby second the motion as the adoption of the minutes as read. Thank you.
Your name, please, sir.
Jimoh Tajuddin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicholas Musa, Chapter Secretary. A round of applause for him. Thank you. So, Madam President will want to take her leave, but before she leaves, I will want her to respond to maybe an item on the matter arising on the PPC exam. I know you have done a lot on that with council. The exam was held. Candidates were very happy, and I know very soon whatever issue is around it will be resolved, and they will be properly inducted, and we'll all be happy. Because we were too happy. We wanted to celebrate them at our gala night next week, but we were told that we should. So we have just done that. Yes, ma'am. So may I request all members of the College of Fellows to please fill the front seats. Members of the College of Fellows, please, if you are in our midst, just please come forward to fill the front seats. Members of the College of Fellows, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Actor Animekine, thank you. Babaji, thank you. Okay, Actor Elsa. Okay, so Madam President, have the mic so that she can leave if she has to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Exco of Abuja Chair, Abuja Chapter. Well done. Members of Abuja Chapter, it's good to be in your midst. Just by the way, the National Treasurer whispered to me, there are only 4 men on the stage. All the others are women. I want to say it looks good. It looks good. Well done. So, thank you for the minutes. I was actually waiting to hear when I talked. and it was well captured. You did talk about the fact that I said that will resolve the problems between the NIA and ACON. And if you have been following in the past 2 years, you would note that this has been one of the things that we have been doing. There has been a lot of back and forth, a lot of battles, but at the end of the day, we were able to do that landmark examination. And I want you to clap for NIA. I will not go into the details, but when I say there was a battle, there was a battle. And more importantly, we fought for the fact that, look, these guys, many of them practicing for years. Look at architect Jumoke just doing exams. I have a professor of architecture who just did exams. Look, stop all this back and forth, all this wahala. We insisted that this exam would be a virtual one. They don't all have to go to Port Harcourt, go to Lagos, go to this. Things have changed. Well, they didn't want to ask. Eventually, because we have agreed that the NIA is to do the exam in collaboration with ACON, we were able to let them know that this is the direction we think we should go. The NIA has been able to do a virtual interview exam for members to join. So why can't we use the same model? So it was accepted, and that was why so many people, even some people did exams from New Zealand, and that exam was quite successful to a point. However, we are at a stage where we are doing a review of the exam process, and there are some incomplete results, and we know that. And we have not hastened to celebrate until all those with issues have been resolved. Let me just tell you that that is the position. While a lot of people are celebrating, there's still a lot of people that are not happy. So what are we going to do? So we're engaging. There's a joint board of architectural education, of course you know, that's handling the exams. And we've been having some meetings. By the time I finish now, I'm still going to talk with the chair of the BAE so that these results that have been collated properly would now be presented properly to the institute. And then when we have this audit of the results, we'll be able to accept them formally into the NIA, do our induction, and then things can move on. But we wanted to be sure that we can clear the backlog. There is a backlog. There are people with incomplete results, and we need to take care of them before we talk about the generality of the exams. So that is the position. I hope that satisfies you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for shedding more light on that. So we do really hope that all that we pray for, we're going to get. It's a new day, yes. And we'll get all, so that we can all be happy. And the younger generation of architects will now have trust in us again, because the future really belongs to them. And that's what we are doing. Thank you, Ma. I think that's the major. So actually the major, questions, if there are questions, please, you can take. Before she leaves, hear it directly from the horse's mouth, right? Questions? We should have one or two.
Can we just see, we have one there, one. So just two, thank you. So please, your question, keep it brief. Thank you. Your name and...
My name is Madwa Gonzeshi. I am a graduate of architecture, and I would like to know the procedure for joining NIA and getting registered. The issue I have, I did HND and then later masters. I had it rumored when I was doing masters that I may be compelled to go back and do BSc after the masters. So I would like the House to clarify me on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon once again. I remain Tajuddin Jimo. My own question is not on the exam or whatever, because I think to some extent it has been resolved and it's still, though it's an ongoing process, which Madam President has responded to. But the question I want to ask is based on the discussion we had in the morning, through the afternoon, in respect of the topic that was discussed. And the area I want to ask question is this issue of fee, because based on what was raised, I think we need to have a further discussion on the template that we are using for the fee. Because to my own understanding, the current time-based system that we are using, I think is unrealistic based on my own observation and the other case study that I've done. And I think at this level, since our organs, they are with us now, it should be something we need to discuss in their presence. And then they should give us the way forward on what needs to be done or how they are going to go about it, so that we have a new fee system that is well accommodating and practical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Architect Tajuddin. I actually thought we were taking questions on the matter arising, as read out in the minutes of the last AGM. So I don't know if we can take that under AOB, or want to take the advantage of Madam President and member of National Executive Council here present. If Madam President will want to attend to that, yes, she will be able to do that before she leaves. Okay, the first question, we have chair admission here in our midst. I'm sure he will be able to respond to that. Babaji Matela, FNIA, please.
Thank you. Please, we see most of this kind of question, when you ask them, we don't just conclude to the answer, simply because we need to know your particulars first. We don't know your status at the moment. What I will advise you, we have a portal. Go to the portal, download it, then put your particulars there. From there, we can able to check and find out what this your status is at the moment. I cannot say this is your position, please, because I don't know about your credentials. Do you get the answer? Why are you? Sorry, please, do you get the answer? Go to the portal, download it, put your particulars there, then from there we can be able to tell you what is your position. Thank you very much.
My chair, let me add on that, based on the prompting by Madam President. Quite often, like the chair has said, we receive inquiries based on the question that was asked. And if I can rephrase the question to avoid misconception, I think you said your background was HND and you did, and is it MSc or MTech? Yes. MTech, you did an MTech. Well, you see, issues of registration in the profession of architecture are well regulated. Regulated by the laws of the Federation, that is Akon Act, as well as the Institute's constitution is spelled out. If you need to be registered as a student, as a graduate, associate, full member, the requirements are spelled out and captured by law. So if you bring anything outside what has been captured, then you find yourself not here, not there. The Act, as well as the Constitution, recognizes two parts of registration. If you come from the university, you are required to have the first degree, second degree, both of them should be recognized. And if you come from the polytechnic side, you would have the HND, you would have the ND and the HND. And then that was where the council and the institute agreed to introduce like a kind of an additional training requirement, finals 1, finals 2, or later part 1, part 2 program that you need to do that will bring you at par with the ones that have the BSc, MSc, and then you will be eligible to be registered. So if you x-ray what you have one part from here, and then you have another part from here. And the law does not recognize that. However, it is part of the items that are being discussed between the institute and the council to resolve so that, because you are not the only one that has done this kind of qualification. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just explaining the situation such that the laws will be amended and it can recognize this route. The PGD, I'm sure you have not mentioned, because you would have done PGD that will qualify you to do the MTech, if I'm not mistaken. Did you? He did. But which year? 2015. Yes. So just like the chair has said, I did this further expansion so that at least those that have fallen under this category can benefit from the question that was asked. But like the chair has said, simply apply on the portal. Apply for associate, and then it will be x-rayed and you will be treated accordingly.
Thank you.
Hope that's answered the question.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. A round of applause, please. A question came in on that, the last question on that. So a group of students, right? Or a student? Some group of students. Oh, fees.
Sorry, just a comment on the fees, because this is very important. The institute is very aware that even our fee structure is obsolete. The time hour base for fees is not working. So what we did is, look, we have the consulting architects. Luckily, the vice chair is here. And we discussed with them. They're the consulting arm. Set up a committee instead of all of us, working across par. You are the ones in consultancy. Set up a committee and do a proposal for us for the fees for architects in this country. What we plan to do is, once we get it, and I think they said they finished, Architect Larry, we get it, we intend to present it to the minister. But beyond that, we're also trying to see how we can get legislature backing, because that would be the best way to get around it. So those are the two-pronged approaches we have to it. But I want to tell you it's something that is on the front burner for us as an institute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We have a group of students that graduated from an unaccredited university. So they went ahead for their NYSC. Now they've been called back for Archon jury. Would they be penalized for concurrency? The students, for their presentation, for their jury, that was not done before they went for service, they will not be penalized for concurrency. Yes. Okay. Okay. Noted. So that's it. Thank you very much. So I think the other items on the minutes of the last AGM information. Madam President would like to take a leave now. Shall we arise even as she leaves? Thank you so very much, Madam President, for your time. We appreciate you. God bless you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We intend to make it a smart meeting we are running. So we'll be taking the reports from the chapter and we'll make it very smart. The chair's report first, the treasurer's report, and other reports that we might have. We are conscious of time. Please permit us, we run. Can we have it, please, on the screen so you can follow? So this the account of our stewardship in the last 1 year. I must commend every member of ESCO. And like I will always say on the ESCO platform, you are the best, and I mean it, you are 1 in a million. So it's not everyone that can leave all they are doing to come and serve, especially for a service that doesn't have any monetary reward in code. But like I always say, that so it's a lot of seed time and harvest time. There's nothing you have done that will be in vain, that God will reward and bless everyone. Thank you very much, ESCO. I appreciate you. I don't talk so much, but you know that my heart is with you, and I thank you for all that we do. That doesn't mean that we don't disagree on some issues, but of course, we disagree to agree again, just to have the best for our chapter members. And for the chapter members, I want to appreciate you. You have been so very supportive. A round of applause, Abuja chapter. We've never had it like this. Thanks so very much for your commitment and your support. We can't thank you enough. Okay. So we have the past chapter chairs. I mean, we can't but mention them. They laid the foundation for everything that we're doing. Last August, when we were sworn in as ESCO for the 2024-2026 tenure, I can't believe that a year is already out. By God's grace, by this time next year, we should be living. For those that want to live and those that can still remain based on the bylaw and the Constitution. So time runs. Okay, so just after that swearing in of ESCO, the Abuja chapter was invited for the tree planting session by the town planners. And the NIAABC chapter 3 was planted, on Jai Katampe Road. Please, if you happen to pass that road, that's Wole Soyinka Way, Jai Katampe. The NIAABC chapter 3 is actually there and is growing. You can just check in and help water it. That's also part of our own drive to sustainability and the climate change challenge. I'm also hoping that before this tenure runs out, we'll be able to do another tree planting campaign. We did that at Emeka some years back when you were subcommittee chair education, and I know those trees are growing, and they are giving us oxygen in Abuja. Okay, so some of our development partners, Sinoma Open Day was attended. The chapter Goodwill message was delivered, and that's why you always see them around when we call upon them to support us. Okay, so here we also were in touch with the 6 sister professional bodies in the built environment, and you could see some of them earlier today in our opening. So this is the NSE, Abuja chapter, yes, Engineering Week. Ben Osi was leaving office then as the chair of NSE, National Society of Engineers, and I think he's even just been appointed as a commissioner in Enugu State. That's the former chair NSE. So Abuja was represented, the Abuja chapter, and our Goodwill message was delivered on behalf of the chapter. Still a relationship with the sister professional bodies, the NITP Town Planners Week, we were there. Okay, so NIQS National Workshop, the chair was invited as part of the panelists, and an award was given on behalf of the chapter. Okay, so we also engage in team building activities. We don't take our members lightly. As long as we are invited, we are there to celebrate them. So here we have one of us retiring from FHA, Actor Toyin Bada, and we're there to celebrate her with some members of ESCO. One of us was at Kigali for the Commonwealth Association of Architects, Architect Agatha Christie Irabo. I told her that when I grow up, I want to be like her. She's everywhere, all over the world. So, I mean, we were represented at that. Thank you, Christie, Agatha Christie, for all you do. Okay, so we are also relating with the 3 universities we have in Abuja, the Base University, NIAABC, and University of Abuja. So one of the lecturers there, on his wedding day, chapter was represented as part of team building activities. We are part of what they are doing, and that's where you see them also supporting us and be part of what we are doing. Akibit Exposition, the chapter was represented last year, and we are planning also to be part of it this year during the BGM in November. Oh, on a sad note, we lost one of us, Architect George David. He was a member of the Disciplinary Committee, very committed, and we pray that his soul continue to rest in peace. Okay, so we had a master class training on laminate wood material with Chronospan, August last year, just after our AGM. Members were represented. It was a good learning time on the use of laminate material for our designs. Okay, NIQS, okay, I was there as a keynote speaker representing the chapter on one of their workshops. Okay, one of us, Architect Zulia, was at the TV Africa on Nigeria at Nigerian independence, talking about housing delivery in Nigeria. I guess the discussion is a continuous one. We are really hoping that will be part of reducing the housing deficit as critical stakeholder in the housing sector. Turning of the sword by Madam President, that's the institute land at the research layout in Idu. Construction was about to start then, and the president went for the groundbreaking, and we can see there the chapter vice chair representing the chapter with the member of the National Executive Council. Okay, so we had a retreat. This was where the vision for the last 1 year was cast. And one of us graciously hosted us, Architect Eme Carter, were in his private residence to have that retreat on how we are going to run. And the result is what we're seeing today. Thank you, Architect Atta, for what you did. We appreciate you. A round of applause, please. Okay, so we do this. When we see things like this, we quickly go after search. Okay, so we also invite them and discuss with them, but some of them don't understand what they are doing. So this guy claimed to be an architect. I'm sure he studied architecture, yes, but he puts the Abuja chapter logo, claimed to be one of us, and he said, you can buy 1 land, get 3 free, and get free architectural drawings. So we had to do that disclaimer. Was there to congratulate him and to celebrate with him. What Architecture Day was celebrated by the chapter, and the chapter's congratulatory message was sent out to members. Okay, so this was inauguration of the 13th chairman of the Agency of Estate Surveyors and Valuers Abuja chapter, ESV Folake Odushiga. Chapter was part of the awareness work with the FCT NICP branch. We celebrated one of our members, and the chapter treasurer was there to represent the chapter at this book launch event. Green Building Council, they had about 4 workshops. Chapter was invited, and we're part of those workshops. We're also part of their summit about 2 weeks ago on future cities. Chronicles of Construction, so the chapter chair granted an interview to that outfit. and we are collaborating with them, supporting what we do. Peace Honor Roll celebration, yes. Ladies Under the Veil, the chapter was part of that event. We actually gave an award to 2 students of architecture at that event, and the chapter was represented by the Social Secretary and the Chair, Library and Publication Subcommittee. Okay, so our first chapter general meeting and CPD was on October last year. We invited a doctor, so we have said we don't just want to be having architects just talk to us. Let's also listen to others. And this was also emphasized during the opening ceremony today. That's why we have developers coming to talk to us, developers in our midst. So a doctor came, because after making all the money, and there's no else, then it becomes useless. So it was a very engaging section. We have a medical doctor come to talk to us on how to manage our health. We work so hard as architects, and our health must be important to us. It was a well-attended meeting, and a lot of notes was taken. And people actually came, members came and said, no, now I take my rest, now I check my vitals, and all of that. SON chapter was represented at that meeting. I'm trying to run quickly. Fabcom, also one of our development partners, we were there at the Tributors Conference last year with the chapter vice chair. One of us also, architect Pedro Akut, passed on November last year. Chapter was there to commemorate with the family. We pray that his soul will continue to rest in the bosom of his Creator. Amen. A member of the chapter, also very committed. Okay, we have a CPD event also on innovative loss, and we pick a lot of lessons at that event. The second workshop with the Green Building Council on the National Determined Country Scorecard, all geared towards creating awareness that climate change is real and it's not hype, and we must rise. CPD Africa was 10 years, Mabua. Abuja chapter, the chapter was represented, parts of collaboration and working with other sister professional bodies. There's no point fighting. The sky is too wide for everyone to thrive. So we're working together now. We're no longer fighting. There's no value. There's no result there. Okay, so FCC Builders Conference and AGM, the chapter was also represented, and chapter Goodwill message was delivered by the chapter chair. Condolence visit to architect Nicholas Musa on the 1st of May by the chapter on the departure of his dead dad. We pray that daddy's soul continue to rest in the bosom of the Lord. Okay, so we were at the dinner in honor of Professor W.B. Curis, OFR FNIA, on his appointment as the pioneer vice chancellor of the Federal University of Applied Sciences, Kashia, wishing him good success in his new appointment. He's a 3-time vice chancellor. That's the first time we're having an architect. I thought we'll give a round of applause. When they have done well, we should celebrate and appreciate them. Okay, official opening of John Bosco Institute of Technology, Abuja. Chapter was represented, talking about technical education, skill acquisition. We were part of that also. Okay, team building activity, one of our seniors, architect Ekunobi, there. NIAABC National Workshop. I was invited as a facilitator with architect Lakwe Sali, representing the architect's family. NIAABC was 1,005, we are just 93, less than 100. Non-financial member, 1,260. And Abuja chapter has not increased annual dues. We are very compassionate, very sensitive and reasonable chapter. We don't want to stress them. I thought you would clap for us. We don't want to stress our members. For an average meeting that we have, minimum is 6 million. Because we are no longer 50 or 30 that we can have in a small showroom. We have gone beyond that, and we appreciate a round of applause. So as we grow, challenges also come with it. That is why we always go to FCDA and this. I don't know if we have our FCDA, members here. If you come to an hotel like this, it's 2.5 million to rent a hall. Then by the time we do refreshment, it's about 3 million. So it's 6 million. And we are collecting 15,000 naira for fellows, not for members. I know what 10,000 naira can buy in today's Abuja. So please support us, and God will bless. I know now we are going to go into business. We're going to make money, take back what belongs to us, be empowered, and be able to do what we have to do. Financial member, 6.9%. Non-financial member, 93.12%. Okay, corporate organizations. So those that have covered us, that we have not been exposed, we have them listed there. Urban Roots, we can't thank them enough. Support comes from them in millions. So, and this is why we advocate for business of architecture. Those of us that are in practice and also have business materials and all of that, they're able to give us big money. I want to become a businessman. Actually, Nimi, I hope you are not hearing me. So Urban Roots interstates, they will give us big. They don't have any choice. Artec Practice, Cyrus Acoustic, ProBlind Interiors, Priceless, LG, FCDA, Sinoma. Thank you so much. And of course, my wonderful, I've never seen this ESCO. Please, a round of applause for them. So when we have our welfare team, Ochido, you laid that foundation, that whatever we are doing, as a chief secretary, the best we can get is 50,000 naira. We are very prudent, it's okay. But what can 50,000 naira do when we have to support our members? Celebration in needs. So we'll talk to ESCO. Please, you are not just leaders by mouth, you are leaders by responsibility. And they bring out money. We'll serve now so that we can eat. Quickly, then we'll take Q&A and we should be rounding up. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, fellow architects. My name is Juliana Anyang. I'm the treasurer of the chapter. I'm here to present the treasurer's report for the year through July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. The report has been posted, so to save our time, I'll just go through the summary. But if you've gone through, if you have any observation, please, I think we'll have to entertain that. But to save our time, I'll just go through the summary while you can also go through if you haven't done that. Like the chair has already said, we appreciate all that have been supporting us, members, their firms, even sponsors from companies outside the NIA. We appreciate everyone. And like you have heard, our dues remittances are poor. And we can't do much without you. And that is the least we expect of you, for a start, to pay your dues. And the dues, are fair enough. Please, just visit the portal, the website, log on to your portal, and make do your debts. Make good your debts. Please, we keep appealing because we rely on you. We appreciate all your support so far, but we can do more when you support us more, especially by paying your dues. Thank you. So we have, if you're following the report that has been posted, we have balance brought forward as at 1st July 2024, 6,111,688 naira 16 kobo. Total income during the same period, all the monies received, both remittances from the last BGM, some dues and debts, even donations, sponsorships, we have a total of 38,100,000.
I'm a chartered accountant. The opening balance as at 20 make an effort to seek people to donate and to augment what they are doing. So they were able to get 36,062,857.88 as donation.
If you can wave, excellent. Thank you very much. I would like to say, firstly, I'd like to thank two people. I'll go in 3 steps. I'll take a look at the past. I'll take a look at the reason or the other. The first is Stanley Kolo. Many of you might know him. He was a past chapter chair. Now, Stanley was the one and put my hands to the plow as a chapter chair that succeeded Stanley Kolo.
The presentations of the various committees. Permit me to also note, sir, seen down and gone down to 0. I'm afraid written and conveyed to them. After,
let's make it brief so that we can. Mike.
Supervising that, that task force, you force the person to pay. You force them to pay the architect and the engineer who are doing that. If you live in Kubwa, you can bring in people. It's so unfortunate that only 95% or 20 things that can encourage